hold my beer.
A lot of the things that I do report on this channel actually are the facts. I'm Satan, basically. I understand that as a public figure, my job means that I will be criticized, and I am fine with that. Bull crap, okay? I don't care if you talk about me. I don't care if everyone talks about me. No. Talk about me. I talk about people all the time. You don't have to like me. You don't have to like what I do. You can monetize the hell out of me. I don't care. Talk about me. She's a nasty, vile human being that needs to be held accountable.
Maddox,
Yes, ma'am.
come touch my face.
Huh?
Come wash your or dry your hands, touch my face.
Don't know what else.
That's fine. Touch my forehead. Like, put your hand on my forehead. Like you're like you're taking my temperature.
Excuse me. What? That's not bear skin. That's not what bear skin is meant to feel like. That's not what skin is meant to feel like. That's not skin. That's not skin. That's not skin. That is not skin. Got no skin.
You want me to send it with you and your girlfriend?
Excuse me. Where did your skin go? Where did this go?
It's collagen.
What the?
I don't know.
I don't even really think I want to know what that is. I'm not gonna.
I don't know. It's something that I bought and I don't know how to use it.
So you're the very mini?
Yeah, I was. I put it on this.
I can tell.
Does it look weird?
Yes. Your face is glowing. Like, literally it's glowing.
My face is glowing.
Yes. Like, the light's reflecting off.
That's cool.
It is cool. But you know one thing?
What?
You know what one joke I can make now?
What?
The board so big to the point where the light's reflecting off of it.
There you go. I glow.
I looked up at the light, now I can't see. Oh, what's good?
Honey? No. Hey y'all, and welcome to Jan and B and Janet. Alright, did you like that little intro of my kid right there? Did you like that? They're kind of a hoot and a half, aren't they? They are their mama. They are. I can't deny it. But let's go ahead and get into the nitty gritty of all this, right? And here's my disclaimer. I am just an old lady that likes to get on the internet and ramble her mouth, don't know what she says, doesn't really care at most of the points, and I just like to have fun. And all this is for entertainment purposes only. I don't claim to know nothing. I don't think I'll ever claim to know nothing. I don't claim to be educational. No. I don't care about, telling the facts. The only facts I care about or I tell are the ones of what I'm listening to and what y'all are listening to or y'all are seeing and I'm seeing, okay? That's the only thing I ever do. So if that's going to upset you, okay, I'm sorry, but this old lady, yeah, she can't help it. That's why it's named what it is. Janet being Janet, because there's only one way I know how to be. That's me. Hate to inform you of that, but that's me. Okay, so what we're going to do today, I'm going to finish what I started a little bit ago. I did a video where Miss Katie was kicked off live for harassment, right? So I started listening back to this live, and I was like, she is a mean little heifer. And yeah, I'm allowed to say that because you know what? I dress up like a cow sometimes with my little cow pullovers because they're comfy and they're cozy. And because I'm country, okay? That's just what I do. But she's a mean little heifer. Yeah, she is. She's just mean as ever. She's the ornery cow that we put out to the pasture. That's what we do. That's what she is. You remember that whole story about the whole her calling the mare a cow? Yeah, that one's pretty funny, wasn't it? She got kind of mad over that, didn't she? Yeah, she did. I got a video on that. I'll link it below for you because I had fun making it. Okay, so we're going to get into this, and this is how I start in the mornings. I just don't care. What are my horses going to do? Say, don't feed me, don't water me, don't this, don't that, just because I look like a mess? No, they love me no matter what. Same as my kids and my husband. So I got no shame in my game, all right? But we're going to go ahead and we're going to start this because y'all know I like to ramble because I like to include you in my life. So I want to press play, and we're going to hear how mean and how just ruthless this woman is when she is on TikTok Live. She don't give two flips. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to get over here and we're going to say what we want to say. And we're not going to give two flips. How about that, Miss KT? That's just the way it's going to be. All right? So let me press play, and I'm going to tell you, yeah, my kids do this to me all the time. I'm like, stop that. Plus, I got this in. This is like the most cutest, comfortable thing ever. Takes me back to my childhood. I was born in the 80s, okay? For y'all people that want to know how old I am, I was born in the 80s. I'll tell you, I don't care. So, all right, let's do this.
Despite the tribute, I maintain the decorum for the most important things.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Whoever's watching you don't know the truth about you. Hate to inform them. No, actually I don't. People need to know the truth about you before they listen to you. They really do, because you get people in some jams, man.
I try to do that. Thank you, TDTP.
You can't even say the person's name. According to other people, I don't know how to talk, and I don't ever claim to know how to talk. Never have known how to. How did I become a legal secretary? That was years upon years ago. I don't know. Obviously, my brain has gone since then. All right.
But it just bothers me that I said if it was photoshopped.
Y'all remember we're talking about this whole picture from last time. Let me go ahead and link down the other one. But y'all probably already seen that video. But I'm going to go ahead and link it. I'm going to link down the bottom because she's talking about Miss Gypsy unblocking her just so she can prove something about a photo. And of course, Miss Katie's got to take all the opportunity she can to get back at Miss Gypsy.
It was like concerning, but it seems like you're losing weight while you're pregnant, Gypsy, and that's not healthy.
Hey, didn't Miss Katie question a pregnancy at one point? I could be wrong, but I think at one point she was, kind of going against it and questioning it. And now that she's had, or Miss Gypsy has had her baby, I wonder what Miss Katie has to say now. But most likely she'll still have trash. She still does have trash. What am I saying? She still does trash talk her.
And you also looked a lot thinner in that photo than you looked at court yesterday.
Hey, I hate to tell you this. I may be the only one in this world, but I'm not going to look at somebody and look at their belly and say, okay, is she pregnant or not? How far along is she? I'm just not going to do that. If you're pregnant, you're pregnant. I don't care how big or small you get. As long as you have a healthy baby, it don't matter none to me.
You looked thinner in that photo than you did in your interviews on WWL today.
Hey, just so you know, I pause this a lot, okay? I do. I pause this a lot. Because, most of y'all already know she struck my channel. But anyways, I pause it because I don't want no mishaps whatsoever at all in, her coming after me. But how does this woman know every single news station she's been on? Why does she pay that close of attention to someone? I don't know. I don't even pay that close attention to Miss Katie.
You seriously looked really thin in that photo, but then on WWL you looked normal.
What is normal? I'm missing something, guys. Oh, I'm missing wiping my face down. But what is quote unquote normal? Do you classify somebody as normal and not? I don't. And I'll tell you right now why I don't. Because Jordan, he would ask you, what in the crap is normal? Because he thinks he's normal. You may not. He thinks he's normal. He's normal. Talk, lady. What? Oh, what?
Megan? It's not about you. Listen, if you...
It's not about you. It's not about you. I may be you may be in my comment section. You may be talking back to me. You may be, interacting with me, but it's not about you. Get over it, okay?
didn't gain weight when you were pregnant, we're not talking about you.
Don't prove her wrong. Don't say she's wrong. Miss Katie ain't never wrong. Don't you dare. I don't know who you think you are, but don't you dare think that you're going to call out Miss Katie, because you're not going to do it, especially in her TikTok Live. You are not going to do it. You might as well take a step down and back. Somebody told me that one time.
Please, in the chat, don't make what I say about you. Don't try to justify yourself.
Why? Didn't they just tell you something about their life? Themselves? Is that all they're doing? They're telling you something about themselves. And they're saying, hey, this is what happened with me, so I may understand. Or they may be saying, you know what, even though it happened to me, it's not the same with Gypsy. I need to quit hitting that thing. You never know. So hush your mouth, Miss Katie.
It's not about you. We're talking about Gypsy.
And nobody can be compared to Miss Gypsy in Miss Katie's life.
No, Gypsy, I know what Gypsy's doing. I know how she thinks. I know how this family thinks.
Really? Now you're a daggone mind reader. I tell you something, you got so many daggone degrees, I can't keep up with you. I honestly can't keep up with you. I don't even know what degree you're going to have tomorrow.
I always think it's weird when people come into chat and have to make something about themselves.
I think it's weird that you don't understand that that's what happens. People also sometimes want to talk about themselves. Get over it. That's what the comment section is for. If you don't want people commenting, don't let them comment. I mean, just hide the chat. Do whatever. I have never been on TikTok Live, but just hide the chat. Do whatever you want to do to not have to read their comments, because you obviously don't care.
Like, we're not talking about your pregnancy, and even in the comments, who cares what your pregnancy was like? We're not.
Yeah, who cares what your pregnancy was like? Me? I care. Because not all pregnancies are easy. I care. Especially not easy when you find out something's going to be wrong with your baby. It's not always easy.
We're not talking about you. We're talking about Gypsy. She is paranoid that Ken will leave her if she's fat.
So what? Okay, let me explain something before I do anything else. Yes, I'm getting ready for my day. Same way I get unready for my day. But let me explain something to you about when it comes to me in this channel. I don't give a crap who she's talking about. Don't care. Don't care if it's a Duggar. Don't care if it's Gypsy. Don't care if it's a Dillard. I don't care if it's a sister wife. I don't care. Because I will replace you in place of that person. And even when she's talking to her audience, I can put you in that audience, and I can feel a certain way about it. And that's the way it is, because let me just tell you the truth. Let me just break it down for you. All right, yeah, my kids. It just so happens that you may be able to relate to somebody in the comment section. So don't be so rude to people. Not necessary. I like getting down in my comments. That may be why more people like me than you in some instances. I don't know.
That's a fact. That is something she has said.
Prove it. I understand you talked to him for what, 5 years? You want to sit here and jump down somebody's throat about certain things and your commenters, your audience or whatever? Prove it to them. Then they'll hush.
Paranoid. because Ken's ex-girlfriend was tall and blonde and thin.
Sorry. I'm sorry I paused it. I gotta pause it a lot because she pauses and I get annoyed with her, okay? I really do. Here's the thing. People can think they have to be a certain way for certain people. They don't understand that who they are is just fine. A lot of people don't understand that. So if that's the way she felt, it doesn't mean that, Miss Gypsy is overweight. It doesn't mean, heck, I don't call myself overweight. I call myself huggable, okay? Because, yeah, y'all can see on this channel where I just started gaining weight. And just gaining weight. And guess what? I'll lose that weight. It's this yo-yo pattern that I've had all my life. Anywho, I don't call her fat. So if she calls herself fat, or she calls herself plump, if she calls herself juicy, whatever she wants to call herself, let her call it. I don't care.
Why am I rude to people? Just so that I could get that comment from you.
You heifer. You mean old heifer. But you want to know something? You want to know something? Even my heifers aren't as mad and mean as you are half the time. You know what? They'll let you come up to them. They'll let you touch them. They'll let you do whatever. Okay, my neighbors. Okay. But still, my childhood heifers were a lot nicer than you. You worse than a heifer. You're like a bull that just got his nuts cut off. Talk!
Gypsy tried to contact me today.
Guys, these pauses just get me. Because when she's on with somebody else, she doesn't pause like this. She pauses like this when she's alone because I don't think she can carry her own live stream, okay? I don't really think she can. I think that's why she has to bounce off somebody else all the time. Hello? Miss Katie?
That's the truth. She tagged me on a photo to say, this is the real photo, it's not photoshopped.
Okay. And as you said in the very first live, you did that so that, you could end up blocking her. Isn't that what she said? I think that's what she said. It just gave her a new opportunity. Miss Katie's going to jump at any opportunity she can, no matter the purpose behind it.
Like, Gypsy, nobody's saying you looked bad in those photos.
You weren't telling her she looks good in them photos either.
They just looked like you had a heavy filter.
We ain't going to talk about looks. We ain't going to talk about looks. That's not a fair thing to do. You do not do that. You're blessed with what you have or you're cursed with what you have. Doesn't matter. To me, it don't matter. Leave people's looks out of it. You heifer.
And I just find it very weird that in the face of all the crap that you have going on in your life, you spend so much of your time worried about your appearance.
You worry about your appearance, right? Don't you? I think I've done a video or two about you putting on your makeup, and people used to say something to you about your eyebrows, and it used to just really, really get to you about all that. So don't talk about anybody's looks. It's not nice.
Very weird.
Oh, and I forgot, since I just went ahead and paused that. Woman, you're the weird one. You are. You're the weird one. You just need to turn off your comments since you don't like nobody. I don't think you like anybody. Even the people that you talk to, I don't think you like them. Hello? Thoughts? You speak them?
Like, you pick weird things to respond to. I tagged you on something on Instagram, and I said something like, do you care to respond to the allegations of you getting in a car with Bree?
Stop the press. It's an allegation. She got in the car with Bree. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Nope. Miss Katie is giving you some news flashes here, and you should take it, and you should respond to Miss Katie when she wants a response. You know better than that.
And driving to Ivory Rose Grove's work and trying to get her fired and trying to intimidate her and scare her and say,
I have no idea. I recently found out who Ivy Rose is, and I have no idea what in the crap she's talking about. I'm not going to pretend to know what she's talking about because I really don't care what she's talking about, because Miss Katie doesn't do anything out of, love for the other person or kindness for the other person. She pretty much said, here, you got to verify this or not. I mean, that's the only choice you get.
Your friends to drive past her house, and you ignored that And you've ignored every post where I've pointed out and your lies about your feeding tube, about...
Okay. Just so you know, you don't ignore Miss Katie, okay? You do not do it regardless of the situation. And when she wants answers for something, Miss Gypsy, do you understand that she wants those answers now? She doesn't want you to wait a day or 2 or 3 for her to find out the answer herself. She wants the answer right then, right now, and you better give it to her, or she's going to go on TikTok Live and she's going to trash you even more.
The microdeletion, about your teeth, about your grandfather.
I'm staying out of the grandfather business. Don't really want to get into that business because that don't seem like a good business to ever be in, to be honest with you.
And Gypsy, your story about your grandfather was different in prison confessions than it was in the book.
You talking in a video is different on YouTube than it is on TikTok. Just saying.
And I just need to tell you that, like, that's why I don't believe you.
I don't believe you half the time. I don't. Most of the things you report on your channel are the truth, are the facts. Whatever it is. You didn't say 100% are the facts. You didn't say that, did you? No, ma'am, you did not.
In the book, and Prison Confessions, you said he took you out to the shed.
Oh, yeah, okay. And yes, I pause this a lot, and I'm sorry if it irritates you. I really, really am. But I'm an old lady with a camera that's just on YouTube just talking, okay? But this whole book thing that she's read, she has gone so in depth with this book. It is just, in my thoughts, scary. I wouldn't want somebody to depict my life. Okay, recently I had my face, not distorted, but dissected to see who I look like. My dad, my grandma, whoever it is. And it's kind of weird, but you know what? I did it anyways. And yeah, I'll let y'all in on way too much. I need to hush my mouth.
You said that that's where it happened, and he made you do things to him.
See, if there's anything nasty that Miss Katie can say, I mean, like even not gruesome, but, inappropriate, she's going to say it. There's a little thing that she did in regards to children or, something fingers. Yeah, you do your own self. But you figure it out your own self, okay? That's what I meant. But yeah, she did that. So if she can get anything nasty or vile on you, she's going to get it. Because I think she don't mind talking about that stuff. That's why she's like a water sprinkler when she goes, Josh, 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 Josh. That's what I look at. That's what she reminds me of, is my little water sprinkler outside.
But in your book, Gypsy, you said that he made you put on a nightgown and he just looked at you. And that he put his fingers on your shoulder.
Fingers on the shoulder. More like hand in me saying it. More like the hand on the shoulder. Okay? I don't know the details of this book. Y'all just let me blabble.
And then you said you didn't remember if your mom told her. You said that you didn't remember it until you were starting to write the book.
I don't even remember where I put my keys. I have a locator on them, and I'm not lying to you right now. Came in the door, can't find my keys. Yeah, walked into the kitchen, get something to drink, forgot the drink, okay? Oh no.
I would have been a Supreme lawyer.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. Don't think you'd be a good lawyer. No, you wouldn't. They gotta stick to the facts and the details regardless of it, and they don't go around gossiping a lot because they don't want to get themselves in trouble. No, you don't make a good one.
But why is your story now in the book that your grandfather took you into a bedroom and wanted you to wear a nightgown and then he just stared at you?
Why are you reiterating the same thing? Why are you doing that? You don't have to do that. You are making a choice to say the same thing more than once.
But on the show, you said that he brought you into the shed.
Didn't watch either, don't watch either. There's a reason for it.
And that you put that, and in the book you act like it just was a one-time occurrence with him, where he did.
This woman is obsessed with this daggum book. I'm telling you, even now, she's obsessed.
That, and then you kept it a secret and never talked to your mom again. And then you say that on the show, your grandfather
Would you stop pronouncing things so long, 'cause it gets annoying? Kind of like this voice.
responded weirdly, and that was somehow proof that he did this to you.
I just want to say something. I don't know the truth about Miss Gypsy, about that whole situation, but I just want to say something. Some people don't like to relive the same situation over and over, especially if it's bad. And people get it wrong. I know people in my life. People get it wrong sometimes because they think with one thing, and then as they calm down and everything else, then they can remember better details about it. But in the beginning, sometimes you can't.
Or Gypsy, like Melissa Moore does, she could have just edited your grandfather's response like she edited out the words that the doctors say.
You can be just absolutely bossy. She's not saying you could. She's saying you should have. You should have. That's what she's saying. Not you could. Not asking you. Not suggesting. No, she's telling you.
It's obvious to me on Prison Confessions that things are being intentionally left out, that there is...
It's obvious to me that right now you're trying to kill time and you're trying to wait until somebody gets on live panel with you because you were just repeating the same information over and over.
There's a part with Claude where it was clearly edited. And
let's talk about who doesn't edit their videos. I do way too much of it. That's what got me in trouble. But anyways, let's talk about who doesn't edit their channels. Okay?
And
yeah, I did see her interview. She said that she has the Petrie side's full support. That's a lie.
Miss Katie knows all about lying and what's not lying. And she knows when she gets that foot in the door, she knows that she wants it done a certain way and she wants things said a certain way. So with that being said, she's saying that that family's on her side because Miss Katie has a way.
They do not support her. Why would her grandfather support her writing a book falsely accusing him of something?
Yeah, you better keep it G-rated over there. Don't you dare start talking all that nasty stuff because we know there are a bunch of younger people on TikTok. We know that. You really shouldn't lead them into things either.
That doesn't even make sense.
Don't make sense why you're live right now, and it don't make sense why I'm talking to you right now. Don't make sense. Yeah, I'm just doing it.
And if her mom's side of the family fully supported her, don't you think they would fully have a relationship with her?
Who is it that you have a relationship with? I'm sorry, I'm covering up my microphone. Who is it in that family that you have a relationship with? Isn't it the cousin or someone like that? I thought that was it. Not certain, but I think that's it.
I mean, the Petries don't live that far from where she lives. And you would think that if the Petries supported her, she would see Dorla or Claudia.
Yeah, Dorla is the one I think that's on TikTok with her all the time, but I don't know what the relation is between the two. But at the same time, let me just warn you. Miss Katie has a way of getting your personal information Ugh, that messed up. Getting your personal information, and she has a problem with being Mrs. Doxerson, okay? She's Miss Doxerson. She likes to dox people.
Or Claude, or Tate, or Evan. But she doesn't see any of them.
Why are you even bringing their names into this? Why? Are they being asked? Are they asking you to bring their names into this, or are you just doing it because you want to do it? Take the latter.
You would think if they supported her, they would have a relationship with her, but they don't.
You would think that if you supported your audience and wanted to have some kind of relationship with them, you would be a lot nicer and you'd let them in your comment section say what they want to say. But you don't.
Your mom's family doesn't support this book, and you're just silly to think that.
You know what? There's a lot of people that don't support this book. It's not only the family, okay? There's a lot of people that do. Call them out too. This woman's last brain cell left the moment that she hit play on there or go live on there. I'm telling you it did, because she's trying to find it every 5 seconds. I can talk about jack crap whenever it comes across, you know. I'm hardly ever without words. Y'all know that.
I thought it was weird in the book that she talked about her mom and dad's sex life.
I don't know what all this woman is going to say. Okay, I don't. I'm sorry for that word, but in case she says something like that again, y'all make sure you keep your little kiddos' ears away from this just for now, and you might want to watch this later, because I wasn't going to edit anything out. I'm just going to let her talk the way that she talks, and I'm going to let people on YouTube see this side of her. So I do apologize that I didn't give that warning up ahead, and honestly, I don't even know what this full thing is about. I haven't listened to all of it. I listened to the first little part of it, and I was like, you not gonna get away with this.
It almost felt like Rod was trying to justify the fact that Dee Dee didn't give him enough sex as a reason.
Stay out of people's private lives. You don't go into somebody's pocket, and you don't go into somebody's bed. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. What in this world would possess you to even come across this daggum subject? Oh, I got my earphone in my ear like I always do when I'm outside. But what would make... I am baffled. I'm not lost for words. I am baffled why this woman wants to be there. Don't think about somebody else's bed. Dag blame. You're lucky you get to see mine.
For him cheating on her. Like, why does she talk about her mom and dad's sex life?
She can talk about it, but it doesn't mean you got to talk about it, so why are you talking about it? Ooh, you don't like them questions switched on you now, do you?
About how they only had sex like 3 times? Yeah.
Really? Question. Okay, yes, there's a lot of eye movements. I have a question. Who in the heck cares? Who cares about how many times they were in bed together? Who cares? I don't even want to think about that. I just thought about that. Oh, oh.
She really went into talking about her mom and dad's sex life.
Hey, genius! As Jordan says, guess what? You're doing the same thing. It don't take that much common sense. Lord knows I ain't got none.
And who would know the details about mom and dad's sex life?
You obviously do, because you're still talking about this. If you don't care, you wouldn't be mentioning it. Stop caring about other people's pockets and their beds. Stay out between them sheets.
the way that it was framed, it felt like she was getting a story from Rod.
The way that it seems is you're trying to come up with anything you can to make this time pass. Me, I don't have to do this, so I don't care if time passes or not. I'm still living my life, just putting my moisturizer.
And that story somehow would justify that. But I don't know, Rod, it's not a flex. I'm just going to tell you this, Rod.
Tell us what's a flex and what's not a flex. Tell us. Go ahead, tell us what's a flex. A flex. Because you know for certain which way, right? Which one?
It's not a flex to tell your daughter that you only had sex with your ex-wife 3 times.
Dude, let me tell you something, okay? Let me just tell you. Miss Katie, you're way into this, way more than you should be, in my opinion. You are. In my opinion, you need to take a step back, and you need to look at what you're talking about, and you want to criticize Rod, and you want to criticize Gypsy, and you want to criticize all this, but you do it. You talk about your son on here. You talk about, somebody else's private time. You talk about that, but Miss Katie I don't want her to ever reveal anything like that. Let's get this straight once and twice and foremost. I don't want her to, but Miss Katie wouldn't do that. Nope. She talks about her son, talks about other people. She don't talk about herself. I talk too much about myself.
And because you didn't have sex very often, you could cheat.
What is it with that word? What is it with that word? Do you think that nobody in your audience has young kids? Do you think that? I know people do. That's why I gave you the warning. Just take your kids out of the room. Because I don't know how much she's going to say and how much more she's going to say. But obviously this is just... I probably covered up my microphone. This is just overwhelming to me because I cannot believe that she's stuck on... Okay, I can believe she's stuck on this subject. There's something wrong with her.
It's also not a flex to try to spread a rumor that Gypsy's mom tried to get...
What? Just spit it out first of all. And you know what? I just thought of another flex. How many people you have subscribed on YouTube? Because they're not there for the Gypsy content. They're there for the sister wives. So why don't you go back to YouTube and do a live? Nope. No ma'am, no ma'am, no ma'am. You're getting it too good over here on TikTok.
Jill to have an abortion.
What in the Hades? There is nothing off limits to this woman. Nothing off limits to her. No.
I don't know what Nicolette would feel, and I don't think Gypsy even considers.
I don't think you consider, you want to talk about her mama, you want to talk about Dee Dee all the time. I don't think you consider that when you're talking about the same thing over and over about her private life, I don't think you're considering what she might think. I don't think you're considering how she might feel. I don't think you're doing that. I think you're just doing this on behalf of yourself, and you want to make it sound like you care about Dee Dee. My opinion.
How that would hurt Nicolette to have that in a book. Why would you ever write that in a book, Gypsy? That's not, even if that's true.
Why are you saying it on TikTok for everybody to hear? Huh? She wrote it in the book, but what are you doing? You're saying it all over TikTok. So what does that say about you? Yes, I'm getting flakes off my skin because that's what I want to do right now, and I just want to mouse somebody, okay? It happens to be Miss Katie that I enjoy.
That's not your story to tell.
Not your story to tell either, but you're doing it.
And you have a real life sister who was born.
Stop the presses! Stop! 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 Just so you know, in case you didn't know, a sister is born. I guess, with all this bedroom talk she's doing, she don't understand where babies come from. Not from storks. You know, most people here understand that, but my goodness gracious, listen to that. A baby is born. A sister is born. It's just not hatched. She's born, man.
You're trying to say that Jill wanted an abortion and your mom wouldn't help her?
Get out of these women's personal life. Just get out of it. Just hang your head up and just go take a seat and just breathe a while and just stop, okay?
I mean, did Jill give you consent to tell that story?
Did Jill give you consent to talk about it on TikTok? 2 stones, 2 sides. Don't you huff and puff at me. If you ain't been running, you don't get to huff and puff. I tell you something, that's what I tell my kids. Don't you huff and puff at me. Sound like an old heifer in the back pasture. No, man, you stay back there in that pasture.
And you know that, I mean, I don't know if you know this or if you're...
You know that. I mean, I don't know if you know this. Which one is it? Do they know it or not know it? Oh, wait. Miss Katie has to tell you what you're gonna know.
Aware of this, Gypsy, but your mom was 24 and Jill was 16.
This woman, she just needs to come out and say what she wants to say, because you're not gonna stop her. You aren't gonna stop her whatsoever at all. She's gonna keep running her mouth, kind of like me, but I'm not going to get into these people's personal lives. I don't want to hear about it. I'm just kind of talking to you while she's doing it. Yes, it's aggravating me just a little bit, but I don't let her ever get fully under my skin. It'd be a waste of time in life.
Your mom was 24 and Jill was 16.
Didn't you say that? She might know the birth date of her mama. She might just know the birth date of her mama. She might just know how old her mama was. Most people might know how old her mama was. You want to know why? Because this was a very, very, very public story. And this was a very, very, very intense story. And this was something that everybody was interested in. So most people know how old she was.
Jill was 16 when she got pregnant.
Okay, what age was Dee Dee when she got pregnant? What age was she? You want to talk about ages? What age was she?
So you're talking about a minor.
I hate the way she says minor. It's like it's somebody that goes out to the local coil, whatever it is. Told you, I didn't claim to be stupid, and I didn't claim to be stupid or smart. Let's put that back there. It's old miners, you know, with the coal. That's what it sounds like, miners. It doesn't sound like a minor. Miners. Sorry.
Rob was 17, but he was 17 or 18.
Which one is it? There's a whole year difference there, Miss Katie. Which one is it? 16 or 17? Because 17 is closer to 18 than 16 is. Newsflash.
When he got Jill pregnant. And the age...
Nicolette got Jill pregnant. Now I know why she was talking about the in-between the sheets part. Now I know why. Because she doesn't understand basic biology.
Age of consent, I don't know what it was in Louisiana, but...
But why are you talking about it then? If you don't know, keep your mouth shut. Just keep your mouth shut. I don't know. I'm still rambling, but I ain't rambling about the same stuff you are. Hush, woman.
She was definitely 16 when she got pregnant. And
Talk about your age. How about we do that? Do you really like people knowing your age? Do you? I'm asking for a friend.
And it's like you blamed your mom not giving your dad enough sex for him getting Jill pregnant. Like,
clamp them shut. Just clamp them. Stop. We need warning signs. Stop, stop, stop. Katie Joy's mouth is in the room.
Is that what you honestly think keeps a man?
What do you think keeps a man? Just curious, but what do you think keeps a man? Because, I was going to say something, but I don't think that I need to say something. Because I don't think it's my place to say it. So I'm going to hush my mouth.
Or is that just what your dad told you to justify getting Jill pregnant?
You know what? Miss Katie likes to go, for the throat every time she does something like this. She likes to go for the throat. It's not a good place to go. You know what? Because put yourself in that position. Would you want her talking like this?
No, I don't think it's old enough to be charged as an adult because for statutory, there usually has to be an age difference.
Listen to her. She knows the law. She knows that law. You better listen to her. She ain't gonna give you another chance. Listen to what she has to say to you. What you thinking?
And it's usually like 5 years in most states. He wouldn't get it charged for that. For statutory R, there has to be like a 5 or 6 year age difference.
She's probably researched it a couple of times. Honestly, she probably has. She probably knows every single law there absolutely is to know about it because she's probably been over it, or why would she be saying something to y'all? She's got to be able to argue it, right?
You mentioned your sister. Yeah.
The sister that was born, not hatched. She was born. Y'all, you just remember that.
Dee Dee was 24 and Rod was 17. That's true.
Ooh, somebody else had to tell her what it was, right? Somebody else had to remind her, okay, here's ages. Somebody else had to do that because she sure as heck weren't doing it for you, now was she?
You don't need to check Vivi. I know this for a fact.
Yeah, don't be checking her facts. Who do you think you are? Don't you be checking her facts. Miss Katie knows all. How dare you? How dare you?
Statutory R doesn't happen between a 17 and 16-year-old.
I was playing my game. It sounded like you were talking to yourself. So
I am talking to myself, son.
I didn't know.
It's okay. I understand you didn't know, but I am talking to myself. Because there's nobody else in the room with me. I talk to myself a lot.
If there's a year difference, that's not qualifying.
There's a year difference that's not qualifying it as SR. 1 year. Y'all should know this stuff. I mean, come on. Or she's going to learn it to you.
Statutory R has to have an age difference of 5 to 6 years. So if she was 16 and he was 22, it would be?
It would be. Get the wheels a-turning.
But Rod was the one pursuing Dee Dee.
Fact of the matter. Let me tell you, she knows all the facts, and you better understand that. And I understand that this thing is showing me stuff I don't want to see.
Well, we're not in Alabama.
You heifer. You're a heifer. I can't call you words that most people call you. You just a heifer.
Goodbye, dreamer.
Sorry, my kid threw something at me and he doesn't have the best vision. So when I just get, there ain't nothing I can do. He pops me upside my head with stuff sometimes. It happens.
So, I know it depends on the state, but I'm telling you.
She's telling you. How dare you, and who do you think you are?
Me.
Because some people just don't want to believe you, and guess what? Maybe you don't know the daggone facts all the time. Maybe you need to learn to listen to somebody else, but I know you won't do it, so why in the crap am I even wasting my breath?
Why do you guys not believe me? Do you just think I make shit up?
Yes. Yes. The answer to that is yes.
Okay, hold on.
Okay. There's your answer. There's your comeback. Okay, hold on. Hold on, guys. Hold on to your rings, because you'll get you on your butt. What are we holding for? Anybody questioning that? Because I'm questioning. What are we holding for? And yes, I still got to put clothes away. Okay, that's why I've got stuff on my bed with me.
Okay, hold on.
You done said that. You already told us to hold on once. What are we holding on to? What are we holding on to? You explain that to us and you tell us what it is, because I can think of a lot of things I'm holding on to. What in the world is this lady doing? I don't understand it. I don't know what she's doing, but she told us to hang on. Yeah, I got my little. Just because I can. Hey, just so you know, I'm going to be doing my nails real fast because I need to put something on because I broke them all. So I'm going to have my little light on here, but I'm going to block it as much as I can for y'all, okay, with my computer.
Yes. Like, I wouldn't get on my platform and make that up.
Really? You wouldn't? You wouldn't? I think you've gotten on your platform here recently and made something up off of an assumption. I think you got yourself in trouble for that, too.
Okay. And come on, you guys. Weren't you in high school having, like, if you were in high school having sex with...
Come on, you guys. Y'all must be doing it, and Miss Katie did it, right? You got to. Don't be pretending like you didn't. Miss Katie's telling you right now. Don't you dare pretend who you think you are. Don't be on her live thinking anything.
Your boyfriend or girlfriend? Were you committing statutory? How many high school...
Oh my goodness gracious, you are so daggum petty. You are just downright, absolutely, 100%, you're petty.
kids are having sex? Tons.
None of my business. And if it was my kid, I wouldn't know anyways.
I sure as hell know I wasn't committing statutory R.
Woman, how many stories have you told these people over here on TikTok? How many stories have you told them? Because it sounds to me like you've told your YouTube family more than you have, or not even family. I call YouTube my family, but all right, Janet, shut up.
Okay. So...
Get comfortable. We got to hear you when you're all comfortable and stuff. You got something to drink. You got something to eat. You all settled in for things for Miss Katie because she never knows how long she's going to be live for. See what I'm saying about her not being able to think for herself? She's got to have somebody to ping pong off of. It's the only way she can do it.
Okay. I don't need the link, Vivi. I know the law.
Yeah, she knows the law. She's been in enough lawsuits to know the dagblame law. You need to understand that. It don't matter if it's a law in another state. Who cares if it's a law in another state? It's what matters is in here, in her mind. As long as you go along with what's in Miss Katie's mind, you'll be okay.
And it's not statutory in Louisiana. I don't...
Oh, if it's with Miss Gypsy and her being in Louisiana and there be a possibility of it, you know she's researched it.
It's just... Oh my God. I can't.
She can't talk to her people in her audience. You want to know why? Because she likes to hit that block button. That's what she likes to do. If you think anything different, or if you even try to think anything different than what she says, you're blocked.
This drives me bonkers.
You drive me bonkers, woman. I don't like how you talking about people's sheets. Are they satin, silk, or cotton? I don't know. Don't really care.
And it's irrelevant.
You made it relevant. Oh, I I can't stand when she does this. I cannot stand it whatsoever at all. I can't stand when she says something so stupid, like it's irrelevant after she's the one that brought it up. She is the one that brought it up. Nobody else did. She did. So don't you be talking about relevancy unless you're going to consider yourself. And you know what? I always bring a mirror just so she can look into it.
Okay, my point in all of that.
Do y'all hear why I say, okay? I've been editing her videos. I've been doing stuff like that. And that word, I'd rather have okay than I would like, okay?
My point in all of that is that Gypsy decided to write in her book.
Her point on telling you you're wrong and her point of going off on you is because Gypsy wrote something in a book. She wrote it in a book.
That Jill wanted an abortion.
Get out from between these people's sheets. Just get out.
And that her dad got Jill pregnant. And Dad's excuse for getting Jill pregnant was that Dee Dee didn't give him enough sex.
One, you're the one that knows what page number something is on. I think you're just a little obsessed with the so-called book by a so-called person. My opinion only. Just appears that way.
Okay? That's disgusting. That's shaming.
It is disgusting. It is shaming. It is. But you don't like the facts, now do you?
That's gross.
You're gross for even talking about this on TikTok. Leave it in a book.
And Jill wasn't a one-night stand.
What the crap? You got one of the fakest, most evil, most malicious laugh ever.
Jill was an ex-girlfriend, Gypsy. Jill is actually a human.
She's figuring it out. Miss Katie is figuring it out. She is figuring out that sisters are born. She's figuring out what between the sheep means. And now she just keeps on figuring out life. I tell you something, she's catching on. She's catching on. Maybe her audience is trying to teach her something.
No, Nicolette is 6 months younger than Gypsy. Jill was Rod's girlfriend that he got pregnant when he was married to Dee Dee.
There you go. She just answered all your questions, didn't she? She didn't only answer them questions, she informed you about them questions.
So putting information in your book about your dad getting Jill pregnant when your dad has really never even talked about Jill.
Why are you talking about her? Huh? Why are you talking about it? If you want to correct things that Miss Gypsy has said, why don't you correct them? If you don't like what she said, why don't you correct her? You're just reading what was put in the book. That's all you're doing.
Publicly ever. And your dad is never publicly acknowledged on any show or in any documentary that he got Jill pregnant.
Hey, Miss Katie, do you think it's possible that he acknowledged it somewhere else besides right with you? Do you think maybe he's already acknowledged it? I don't know for a fact or not, but do you think he's already acknowledged it? You know, he just didn't come to you and give you the scoop?
Or that he had a child other than you? I think it's really out of place to put it in your book.
I think it's really out of place for you to put it on TikTok. And I'm not mean to put it on YouTube, but you can go ahead and call me a hypocrite if that's what you want to call me. I'm just trying to show YouTube how she is over there on TikTok. Because people want to follow her on YouTube, but they just don't know who she really is.
And then I also think it's gross to mention your sister and say, I've met her once and I wish her the best.
Yeah, sister who was born. Don't you forget that she was born.
I wish you would be honest, Gypsy.
I wish you would be honest, Miss Katie, and tell people why you're in the middle of all this.
Because you know that Nicolette wants nothing to do with you.
Okay, somebody don't want something to do with somebody else. Darn luck.
It's not that you wish her the best. It's that Nicolette wants nothing to do with you.
See? She always got that perpetrator in mind is what she does. She does it with Josh. And now she's got Nicholas on her mind. Nick. Let her bring them perpetrators in there the best she can.
Because of your crime, because of your lies, because of your manipulation.
Lies and manipulation, I got a mirror for you.
And guess what? She also isn't, biologically, she's your half-sister.
Newsflash! Newsflash! We get another one. Guess what? If a child is born and does not have the same mother and father as you, they're not your full child, and they're your full sister or brother. Nope. They're not. Did you know that? Miss Katie just let you.
But legally, she's not your family.
Are you crapping me right now? You were so full of horse dong that there ain't nothing else people can get through to you, do you? Or aren't you? See, I'm just like, oh, I can't. It don't matter legally or not. It don't matter. It matters who you claim and who you don't claim. And most of the time I claim my friends more than I claim my own dad-blame family, okay?
Your dad.
Quit talking. I'm talking right now. So,
Dad gave up his parental rights to her, and you're not her relative.
just because somebody gives up right to you, me, for example, okay? I have a brother that was not my brother who was actually in my father's life before it was me, and then later on in life he adopted my brother. Is he legally mine? Is he still my brother, or what if I'm not that guy's daughter? Is my brother still my brother, even though that, we're not legally tied? Miss Katie, explain this to me, because I've been calling him my brother the entire time that he's been alive. But he's not legally connected to me anymore. So is he my brother? Huh? Now you got me confused. You seriously got me confused, because I'm not allowed to call him my brother. I don't know.
In any capacity. She doesn't ever have to talk to you ever again.
Nobody has to talk to you ever again, and the reason why that is because you will block them. You have no problem blocking them.
Other than sharing your DNA through your dad gave up on her.
Oh my goodness gracious, woman, you irritate me beyond any belief whatsoever at all. You cannot stay out of people's personal lives. Now, can you? No, you can't. You have gotten yourself dredged in this family so bad, I feel sorry for them. I feel completely sorry for this family. I don't know what else to say.
She's highly educated and happily married with kids.
And you're still going to talk crap about her now, aren't you?
Yeah, I just think it's really gross that you put her in your book.
Hey, I have a question, Miss Katie. You want to talk about how gross it is for, somebody to put her in the book, and, not everybody's read the book and this, that, and the other. Well, how gross is it that you're talking about her on here and you don't know her feelings? You don't know if she wants to go ahead and classify Gypsy as her sister or not. You don't know that. So, hush your mouth.
She wants nothing to do with you.
While this woman takes a break and she just breathes and her mouth takes a break, I gotta take a break. Alright, let's continue this horse pucky, okay? So if at any point in any of this she gets so daggone boring I start yawning, don't worry, I'm editing every single bit of it out that she does. But anything where I can show y'all that how vile she is on another platform, any way I can do that, I'm gonna do it.
And then to talk about your sister like she should have been an abortion, that's gross too.
It's gross that you're still talking about this woman. You are still talking about it, and you don't think it's gross for you to still be talking about it. Noted.
The whole chapter about your mom and dad's relationship and the sex was gross. That didn't need to be in the book.
It don't need to be said out in public neither. It needs to stay in the book. Because how many people are you saying don't buy the book? Don't buy the book. Y'all don't buy the book. You don't need to buy the book. How many people are you saying that to? A lot. So I bet you there's probably more people right now listening to you saying the nastiness than it is in the book. Okay, in my opinion. I don't know for facts because I haven't looked nothing up. And like I said, this is entertainment only.
The fake story about your grandfather and you're never going to convince me, Gypsy, that your grandma or your grandfather and your mom were in the bathtub together.
Nope, never going to convince Miss Katie. So guess what? You don't convince Miss Katie, it means it didn't happen. Deal with it.
You will never convince me that happened, ever.
I wonder if it happened while she was friends with them. If whenever they were friends, if she said something while they were friends, did it happen? It's just a question of mine.
Did anyone else notice that there was a 2-page disclaimer about the people that were included in this book?
Miss Katie, I think you're the only one that's going through and analyzing every single page, every single second of this book. You may be the only person doing that. I just figured I need to say it.
And her information is to the best of her knowledge?
So it's best of her knowledge, best of her thinking, best of, what she remembers. You know what that means?
And this is what she remembers as much as she knows.
See? I didn't even have to know that.
And she's just remembering things and she's not trying to lie.
Oh, imagine that, Miss Katie. You're talking about somebody that wasn't trying to lie. And they're telling you they weren't trying to lie. Imagine that crap, Miss Katie.
Like, did you see that 2-page disclaimer in her book?
Point it out to everybody. Guess what? The only way you're going to see that 2-page disclaimer in her book is most likely if you go and buy the book. So if you want to go buy the book, go buy the book.
I was like, I have never seen that in a memoir. I've literally never seen a disclaimer in a memoir.
Hey, don't you know she's read every memoir there is? Don't you know that, man? Y'all need to get caught up on Miss Katie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a reporter and a journalist right there. Yeah.
Here, let me see. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'll show it to you.
Oh, look at that. She is going to go ahead and show you. She's going to promote Gypsy's book. How nice of her.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I'll show it to you.
Hey, woman, you just said it. I got it the first time. Maybe I didn't want to, but I got it the first time. Hold on, I'll be right back.
I'll show it to you.
Are you serious right now? Really? I don't need to hear it a third.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I'll show it to you.
3 times. I wanted to make sure I was correct and I wasn't messing something up. But yeah, 3 times she said that she is hold on. So y'all hold on to your horses. Don't let them break loose. Saddle up. Let's go for a ride. Okay. No, I didn't say I was a singer. Let's just, come on, Miss Katie, talk.
Okay. I have never seen an author ever put this in, ever.
Just so you know, I don't have it up on my screen for a reason. It's because I fell asleep with it going, and I fell asleep with TikTok playing, so you couldn't see her anyway. So just imagine her little nastiness talking about it, okay?
And I've never seen an author have to say this, because if you tell the truth, you don't have to have this. Everyone considers my story to be true crime, but...
All right, guys, she's going to read it. Y'all get ready for it. She gonna read it. This is her facts, and this is why she's talking about it, so that she can read it.
This book is a work of memory, my memory, and therefore is a memoir and not an outsider's investigation of my life or crime.
It's a disclaimer, kind of like, hey, this is for entertainment only, and I don't know anything that I'm talking about. I'm just sitting here doing my nails.
The feelings and emotions evoked are accurate. While some of my childhood memories have faded, these particular events remain vivid. To fill in my gaps, I've relied on other people's answers to my questions.
Why are you reading this book to people? What are you getting out of this? I'm curious.
The typical disclaimers apply. Some names and other details have been permitted to protect the privacy of individuals.
Oh, they changed the information in a memoir. They're not supposed to do that. Ask Miss Katie, she'll tell you.
Any resemblance can be fictionalized name, and a real name is strictly coincidental.
It's a disclaimer. Go ahead and do the rest.
There are passages containing dialogue, quotation marks were used when I'm reasonably sure the speaker's words are close to verbatim, or that the speaker's actual meaning is accurately reflected.
You know what? All right, let me just say something. People have asked me if I could just stream this, on my channel and stuff, and I don't know the truth to that, but I would be on stream for hours and hours and hours and hours trying to talk about this woman. She goes on for 5 to 7 hours, and she doesn't care. My life is a little different. My kids come to the door, they need me, I stop, I go. That's just the way it is. My animals need me, I stop, I go. My husband needs me, I stop and go. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. I absolutely 100% cannot keep up with Miss Katie.
The story I share here is true to my memory, and these memories have shaped my perceptions, many of which are also shared here.
What are you getting out of this? If she keeps going on like this, I'm exiting it out, and you're not going to even have to listen to it, because I'll be editing it.
This is how it was for me, what I experienced or believed I experienced. Or believed I experienced?
Or you believe she experienced? Question somebody else, Katie, because that's what you do all the time.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? There's a soundbite for me, ain't it? Keep talking.
I've never seen I bought it on my Kindle.
Oh, so I guess she's talking about how she got the book. She just bought it on her Kindle, which means she paid for that book, which means she gave Gypsy some money in her pocket, but I don't think that's going to be talked about. Oh, no, that can't be talked about.
Obviously, because I buy books of every topic I cover.
Ooh, okay, Miss Gypsy's family. Miss Gypsy's family, did y'all just hear that? I bet you didn't. I bet you weren't paying no attention. I bet you weren't. You just a topic. That's all you are, because you're a topic that she covers. Welcome to Miss Katie Joy without a crystal ball. Welcome to how she really feels.
Not because I'm supporting her, but I have to be able to speak to.
Be able to speak to? Who?
So, she's admitting that she doesn't remember things, so she's allowing people to fill my gaps in.
Oh, her gaps in. She's allowing people to fill in Miss Katie's gaps. Please tell me y'all hear this. Please tell me y'all hear this. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. for her to be saying crap like that.
Have you guys ever heard about back in like the 1970s and 80s, there was like the satanic panic?
Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness gracious. No, 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 no. Miss Katie, stay on what you're talking about. No, ma'am. No, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. You are absolutely 100% ridiculous and uncalled for is what you are.
Do you guys remember that? And there was therapists.
Hey, I think most people in your audience are a little young. Don't know for sure, but I think so.
And they would implant memories into people's heads. And so they would make people feel like something happened to them that did not happen.
You know what, Miss Katie? It's called manipulation as well. And just so you know, we say a lot that you manipulate people to say and do what you want them to do. That's a tendency of yours.
So here's the thing. If you can't remember something and you need to rely on someone else.
Most people would say, don't say it. Just don't say it or tell people, hey, I don't know for sure. You goop snot. Sorry, my lot.
To remind you of what it is that happened, then it's not your memory to have.
Can she be any more obvious than what she is? I don't even know at this point.
Like, if you can't remember it happened,
if you can't talk completely when it didn't happen,
then it never happened. Or if you need someone to tell you that it happened, you don't remember it.
Woman, the most obvious things can be said, and you will still point it out as being one of the most obvious things that have been said.
So we're on the same page that that is weird, right? We're on the same page that that's weird.
Okay, people, confirm what she's saying, confirm what she's feeling. Y'all need to make sure that y'all know that she's wanting you to say, yes, ma'am.
Like, if you're relying on other people to fill in gaps and tell you what happened, then it didn't happen.
Is that the way life goes? People have to tell you something that happened that didn't happen. Miss Katie, you can be downright confusing sometimes because what people consider normal, you don't.
And it's not your memory. And if you're relying on Christy and your dad to tell you the story of Dee Dee, they're not going to say very nice things.
Kind of like you're not saying very nice things right now. Got a question for you. This question, only a question. How nice were you and how nice did you talk to them whenever you were friends with them? Did you talk like this to them?
I mean, Gypsy, you went as far as to say that your mom lied about your dad being abusive to her. How do you know?
How do you know? Miss Katie, how do you know? How do you know for a fact? Because if you're going to contradict what is being said, you should know for a fact.
Because your dad said that? I mean, I think it's pretty for a man to be married to a woman.
Why are you drawing this out? Can you seriously not form a solid thought while you're talking? I seriously think you can't. With as many as, when I tell you she needs somebody to lead her on her life, she needs somebody to lead her on her life. This is hilarious.
And have sex with another woman and get her pregnant. I would classify infidelity as abuse.
Okay, so whatever Miss Katie doesn't use common theme things, okay? She says infidelity is also abusive, okay? So, she has her definitions and other people have their definitions.
But I don't know.
Are you serious right now? Like, honestly, you cannot be serious. This has got to be a joke. This is a joke. This is a downright joke. I don't know. If you don't know, don't talk about it. Ain't that what you're telling Miss Gypsy? Didn't you just say if you don't know about it firsthand? Pretty much you said me just improvising. But if you don't know about it firsthand, then it didn't happen. Now you're saying, I don't know.
Maybe that's just me.
Maybe that is just you. I mean, I'm not going to say I know something and then a little bit later, or I'm not going to criticize somebody for something I think I know and then come back later and be like, oh, my bad. I didn't mean it like that.
So your dad can cheat and your mom can't call that abusive?
Are you talking to anybody or are you talking to yourself? Because I know you don't like talking to the chat. I know you like to ignore them because if they don't think the way you want to think, then you shut them out. But is that what you're doing right now? I'm just curious because of the simple fact of you are like presenting things as fact that happened and what didn't happen. I don't know if that's the best thing to be doing.
Your dad can up and leave and neglect you and not pay child. Your dad can be arrested.
Not pay child abuse. When I tell y'all people that she can't think on her own, I'm serious when I say she can't think on her own. She can't because she comes up with little dingers like this. You do know a sister is born, right?
For assault. So do you really think that that's...
Are you really thinking right now because your long drawn out pauses are driving me absolutely insane because I may need to edit this out? Oh my goodness gracious, I can't take this much more.
not true? So your dad is blameless in this whole story, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
Lady, you're saying that because now that you're not talking to Christy, you're going to go and do everything you can to go against her.
I just think it's weird, Gypsy, that you put all the blame on your mother and you never point the finger at your dad.
I think it's weird that you just keep saying what other people should think and what other people should feel. I mean, you know, this isn't how everybody thinks and everybody feels. So y'all form your own dagblame opinion. Don't even listen to me, okay? Don't listen to me. I don't know nothing.
Have you ever thought to yourself, what if my dad was around and he actually paid child support?
I don't know. Didn't you just say that was a whole abuse thing? Ain't that what you just said? Or am I just mistaken because I'm not paying full-blown attention to you?
What if my dad wouldn't have abandoned my mom, gotten another woman pregnant, gotten with Christy and had another baby with them, with her?
I don't know, considering you just figured out a sister is born. I don't know. You tell me, woman.
And actually was responsible, what life would have been like.
You cannot go back in life. And you have no business, from me to you, whoever's in this room with me right now, you have no business thinking like that. And I can tell you from personal experience, you don't have to think like that. Because you can turn your life around at any moment. I done did a video where after 40 years I found out who my daddy is. I don't go back and say I wish, I hope, because I wouldn't have the people in my life that I have now. I wouldn't have my husband and I wouldn't have my kids if things would have been different, because I wouldn't have even been in the state of Texas, okay?
And I also just want to be clear to Gypsy, like, in your book, you say that your mom was vindictive and seeks revenge against people and
Play it out again. Miss Katie is revengeful. She is the one that's manipulative. Play that again. She knows. It takes one to know one.
has vendettas.
Yepers? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, that's you. Yes, ma'am. Let me clear that up. Yes, ma'am, that's Miss Katie.
And turns on people and is
Yep, that one's Miss Katie, too. All right, let's do another one.
cold and calculated and
Yep, that's Miss Katie. Miss Katie, do you have a mirror in front of you right now? Because I think you do. I think you have a mirror where you're saying, oh, wait, this is me, and let me compare it to somebody else, because I don't want to be the only one with it like that.
cuts people off.
Yep. Yep, look what you did to this family.
That is actually a perfect description of you.
Oh, told you, takes one to know one. And guess what? She just described herself. Nice little tactic, Miss Katie. You're letting everybody know exactly who you are.
Because Gypsy, it's really low class as a 33-year-old woman.
Why don't you bring your age into it? Go ahead, bring your age into it. Let people know exactly how old you are.
To run to People magazine on the day of your divorce.
Miss Katie, have you ever sold any stories? Asking for a friend. Or have you stolen stories from somebody else? Asking for a friend.
When you didn't get your way in court and you probably had to give Ryan half of your money.
Aren't you in a court thing right now? So you really have room to talk now, don't you?
To run to People magazine and say, well, I didn't really like sex with him. The D was...
Oh my gosh. I'm so tired of hearing this word. It's driving me insane. I'm sorry that you're having to hear this word. And I'm sorry that you even have to think about this while you're watching a video. This is absolutely uncalled for.
wasn't fire. I wasn't attracted to him and he couldn't get it up.
Would you leave that in the magazine? Just leave it in the magazine. You don't need to repeat it. It's not necessary to repeat it. But you just want to, because you know what is content.
Why is any of that necessary?
Why is any of this necessary? Keep it in the magazine. Don't bring it out your mouth.
Gypsy.
Miss Katie. And just so you know, every time I stop this thing, it does take me even longer.
Oh.
Sorry, my keyboard got stuck.
It actually sounds a lot like what Rod did to Dee Dee, exactly.
Now you may comment in her section, because now you can agree with her.
So you ran to People and said you weren't attracted to Ryan. Your sex life was terrible.
I'm going to start a counter for every time she says that word. I think I need to go to the beginning and I need to tell y'all how often she says this word. I'm going to keep count of it.
He couldn't get aroused.
Do y'all hear that little snaky little laugh that she's got going on right now? Y'all hear that? She's doing that for a reason. She ain't got a pure laugh. She's got just me saying it, just me wanting, just talking. She's got one of these laughs to where, I got you. I told you so. That's what she's got.
Is the first thing we go to, apparently, to emasculate someone and try to humiliate them?
I don't know. Aren't you humiliating right now, Rod, and this family? I don't know. You tell me.
Because what I'm noticing is like the track record is that every man that becomes your ex automatically is not good in the bedroom.
Every topic that you get done with, this is what I'm noticing, and this is just me, but everything that you get done with, you throw out to pasture. You don't really give two craps about it. Once you're done, you're done.
They can't get it up.
You need him not getting it up for you to have content right now and something to talk about.
They've harmed you in some way. You said Ryan was abusive. You said Nick SA'd you, even though you were like bunny rabbits, according to his stepdad, going at it nonstop, telling him to bite you and give you hickeys. And
That's enough. It's enough. It's enough. Stop, Miss Katie. I do not need any thoughts of this whenever I go to bed. I mean, I haven't even started my day yet, and you're already gotten me going, oh my gosh, I can't listen to this. So, guys, I'm sorry.
you said you wanted it rough, but then in the book you're trying to claim that he SA'd you. That's not true.
Woman, I gotta quit pausing you so much, but you're irritating me so bad I can't help it sometimes.
But now you say Nick couldn't get it up, and I guess Ryan can't get it up anymore. And everyone's jealous, I guess, once it's over. So why should we believe you about your grandfather if you can?
Why should we believe anything that you say? If you're a reporter, or journalist, columnist, whatever you want to call yourself for the moment, why should we believe anything you have to say? Just wondering, because you don't sound like any reporter, any journalist, any columnist. I can't even talk. You don't sound like any of that to me, but you sure do claim to be that on your YouTube, in my opinion.
Continuously lie about your boyfriends. And you know what's really weird is I don't remember Ryan Ryan's done some stuff on TikTok and stuff, but it's really weird, Gypsy. I don't recall Ryan at any point in time through this entire experience.
She doesn't recall, which you know what that means. You know what that means? Let me tell you what that means. That means it's not right. I mean, that means somebody's wrong because she doesn't recall that.
Ever publicly smearing you one time.
And just so you know, I don't think he has ever smeared her because of the simple fact I think he still likes her. And I think she was able to run back to him. And I think that is something Miss Katie needs to keep in mind.
Can anyone think of one time that Ryan has said anything to smear her?
Are you stalking his page just like you are hers? I tell you something, Miss Katie.
And he could. He never smeared her. He never degraded her.
But you are. But you are.
He actually refused to. He said he never would do that.
An honorable man. They're hard to find. What in the world are you doing? Are you eating? Are you eating? Are you drinking something? What in the world are you doing? And just so you know, when she goes live, she doesn't keep her picture up there half the time. She don't. She just puts a screen up.
And how did his lawyer respond to your accusations about your sex life?
Woman, now you're in between their sheets. Nah. I was going to say go get in your own, but that's not fair.
Ryan has consistently decided to take the high road.
You're not.
And show that he has class in
You don't.
this situation and not resort to disparaging comments.
Told you it was about comments. Told you. That woman don't like you disagreeing in them comments. Y'all listen to her. If you would listen to her, you'd learn something. And if you, on a serious note, you'd learn something about who she really is if you fully listen to her, because she tells you who she is. She'll just compare herself to others.
Okay, she uses a little cruel voice sometimes and can be cruel sometimes.
Ding dong! Doorbell! Just realized somebody's at home. Come on, Miss Katie.
Okay. I mean, that's not bad though. Honestly, we saw that on the show. That's like normal relationship stuff.
She would know. Just ask her. She would know.
That's normal relationship stuff. It's not like, I've never heard him talk about her body.
You do.
I've never heard him say anything about her breasts.
Don't know about that one.
Her hoo-ha.
Yeah, surprised she said that and she didn't say the other.
Whether or not he,
You know. Are you leaving that open to Rose's been Net Texas Twister? Yeah, you're leaving that open for people to think what they want to think.
she said I wasn't attracted to him. He was sweaty. Like, Gypsy.
Miss Katie.
You're the one that decided to marry a man that was...
Go ahead, insult Ryan. Go ahead, insult him. Because that's probably what you're going to do anyways, evil heifer.
6 foot whatever and 400 pounds.
Is that an insult? Is that an insult? Somebody tell me if that's an insult. I may need to tell Jordan.
That was your choice to marry him. So then why would you then go to, I wasn't attracted to him?
I think I need to tell Jordan, don't I?
Are you trying to like make yourself feel like you're too good for him?
Miss Katie, you make yourself feel like on a daily basis that you're too good to, for the people in your audience, that they're just subscribers, that they're just a number. Because if you felt any different, you would actually talk to them like they're human beings, and you don't talk to them like they're human beings. You talk to them like a soundboard. If they don't say yes, yes ma'am, you're right, you're not wrong. If they don't say that, then you're good. I mean, you're bad. You're bad with them. Me, I'm just sitting there going, that's good if you go against her. If you put your opinions on there, I don't care. I got called an old lady and I don't care. I liked his little heart. And I used it in my video because I'm like, hey, guess what? I am getting kind of old. Look at my kids. Oh, goodness gracious.
But you're the one that picked him. You picked a big guy.
Is that an insult? Huh? Because you could have just left it as you're the one that picked somebody like him. You're the one that, or that even sounds like an insult. You picked him. You obviously found him attractive. Just say something like that. Don't be going insults, woman.
And listen, there are girls out there that like big men. Just like
that laugh says it all. That laugh says every single bit of it that you need to know. You just got her feelings. You just got how she thinks. You got every bit of it in her laugh. I just need y'all to listen to that, and y'all just hear for yourselves exactly what she's trying to say, because she gives it away every time she does a live. Every single time she says exactly who she is, and you just got to pay attention to it. Even when she has people on the live with her, you just have to pay attention to it. And yeah.
There's men out there that like big women. Like there's a whole thing of women that like bears.
Why are you even talking about this? What are you getting out of this? What's the point you're trying to make? Get on with it, because I don't know what the crap you're doing.
Like that's their whole thing. She
Just like some of us like to go for men bods or dad bods. Yep, some of us do.
says, I love me a chunkster.
You do understand she didn't find that funny, right? You understand that, right? Because if she's trying to insult somebody and you go against it, no. So that laugh says it all. See, it's not even a continuous laugh. It's like, you know, when somebody makes a joke and you don't get it.
If you love a good chunkster, holler in the comments.
She's making this a game. She's making it fun for herself. She ain't making it fun for y'all.
You love me a big bear. You love your bears. Holla.
Did you really just do... This woman gets mentally younger every single day. Holla. I'll holla for my horses when they're out back. But it's kind of like when she was trying to be Southern. It didn't work.
To pick a big man and to complain about sweating is crazy. I know.
How do you know? How do you know? Huh? How do you know? Tell us. Examples, please.
It's so weird.
There you go. There you go. She just told you. It's weird to be like that. Just listen to her.
My husband he's tall.
Her husband is the opposite. She's going to point it out.
He's like 6 feet. I wouldn't call him big though. He's probably average, but he's not like...
You did. I took that in the wrong way. I'm sorry, guys. I took that in the wrong way because I never call my husband average. I don't. I describe him with other things. I do not call him average. I'm sorry. I shouldn't take insult to that. My bad. Oops.
You know, he's not like rock solid or whatever.
You insulting little heifer. I hope Todd hears this and he's like, woman, I'm a lot more than that. Woman, I'm a better person than that. Because I have talked to Mr. Todd, and you know what? He seemed like he had a decent head on his shoulders for a little bit. Then it changed. Because he said that you were nice. Liar!
That whole thing has never been something I cared about.
See, she don't care what he looks like. She don't care. She don't care. My man asks me all the time, you know, what do I look like? What is this? You know, how do I look? Is this good to put together? Sometimes I have to pick out his own clothes because I want to make sure he looks good, okay?
Because I feel like if you have someone that's rock solid, then you got to be rock solid, and that's just too much for me to like. That's too much.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am, that's not the truth. No, ma'am. People that are rock solid choose to be rock solid. Doesn't mean that their spouse or their other half needs to be. Oh, I just did that. I need to quit talking and paint my daggum nails because I just messed them all up. Okay, we'll go back.
I don't want to have to compete. I don't have to keep it up.
See? She don't want to compete with nobody, even her own spouse.
It's too much work. Like I'm an average size. I'm normal BMI or whatever.
See, she's normal. She went to say she's average, but she's not average in her own mind. She's normal.
I'm not in the overweight category or anything like that, but
what's wrong if you are, huh? What's wrong? Because I don't mind being. Which?
It would just be too much work if I had a husband that was like looking all ripped like, I don't know, Channing Tatum or...
You wish. You wish, you evil woman. You wish.
Magic Mike dudes. Like, that would actually make me feel really insecure.
I believe you are insecure because you won't put your face on camera. I believe you are insecure. My opinion, just me talking, but I think you are insecure.
I'd be like, you're looking at my cellulite, go away. But what's weird about Gypsy with Ken is, why does Gypsy think that Ken is such a catch?
Hey, woman, most women think that their other half is a catch. Most women do. So why would somebody be dating somebody saying that she got a catch? Why? I don't know. I think my husband's a catch. Took me all this time. It took me almost 22 years to, turn him into the person he needs to be. But I think he's a catch.
Has she seen Ken?
See, she's going after looks. I don't go after looks. I build looks up. So, you know what? I'm overweight. So what? It's fine. I'm still liked. I'm still loved. So, you know what? I'm huggable.
Has she actually seen Ken? Like, Gypsy, Ken is like...
Go ahead. You tell us what a man rakes at on your whole chart there. What does that mean?
I don't know if anyone's told you this, Gypsy, and I hate to be the one to be the bearer of bad news.
Bull, honky, donkey, catty, paddle. Cattle patty. Texas tongue twister always gets me. Yeah, their words are supposed to come out, but sometimes they get tied, okay?
Gypsy, but Ken is like a 3 on a good day.
What number is supposed to come out there? 3. Does that make sense? That don't sound right.
Okay. 3, maybe 4.
See? 4. She needs to say what she's going to say.
I would rate you on a good day maybe a 4.
You evil heifer. Get a mirror. Look at yourself before you start judging others.
Maybe. He is like a 3. What is, like, there's nothing to me that's attractive about him.
Then quit making it into a joke. You can tell you're laughing about it.
He has a very plain face. He doesn't have incredible eyes. He's balding, and I don't care if you're balding.
Yes, you do. That's why you pointed it out. Yes, you do. Because I did a video where you looked like you were going bald, and guess what you did, Miss Thang? Guess what you did? You struck it because you didn't want anybody seeing you like that. And it looked like you were going bald. And so, yeah, don't you dare say anything about you don't care. Yes, you do care. You care very, very much, or you would reinstate that video and take your claim off of it. But you know what? You won't do it. So you care very, very, very much how you look.
But I feel like if you're balding like Ken, you should just shave your head.
Maybe you should have whenever you started losing your hair. Yeah, I got a video about that, and I got to find out how to get that to y'all because she talks about her hair falling out. She talks about losing her hair. She didn't like it.
Ryan's a big guy, but Ryan's actually cute.
Cute. After you called him a bear, and your husband is the opposite. Honest question. How can you give commentary like this, for her or through her or be her? And me, I don't give a crap what you look like. I'm still going to talk to you and I'm still going to be your friend. That's kind of what I am. Treat me like crap and, you get it back. But anyways, so how can you not be attracted to some type of body and then say that somebody else can be attractive? I don't even get it. If you're not attracted to a certain body type, you should not be attracted to that certain body type, and you shouldn't pretend that you are or that you even like it.
Like, Ryan's actually, like, to me, when I look at him, I'm like, oh, he's pretty handsome for a big dude.
See? For a big dude. for a big dude, not a small dude, not a normal dude, or just a dude. He's pretty, hands for a dude. You evil heifer.
With Ken? Ken is not sick. No, that's an old screenshot.
Oh, so you're putting screenshots up there? Are you posting them, or what are you doing, Miss Thing? Huh? What are you doing? I'm kind of glad I don't get to see what you're doing, because I'd call you out even more. But you know what? Even whenever I'm taping these, I put a picture over you. You know why? Because I don't want to look at you. And I don't want to look at the crap that you put up there like a no-filter picture. I don't want to look at that. No, ma'am. Okay, I'll look at her when she has pictures or when she looks like this, because I know that's the true side of her. That's when I'll look at her. I don't look at that fake Miss KT.
Ryan has like a funny personality. He's outgoing.
Just so you know, let me just tell you, just so you know, Ryan is liked. He is very well liked. And people try to protect Ryan. So if she went after Ryan, I have a feeling somebody'd come after her. Just my feeling, just my opinion.
He's cocky. See, Ryan and I would not get along because he's way too cocky for me.
Because she's cocky. she's speaking the truth there. She's too all about herself and into herself, and she ain't done nothing wrong, and she won't do wrong. And Ryan, on the other hand, is like, hey. The thought of that just gives me the biggest kick.
But he has a big personality. He seems funny. He's a teacher. Seems like a good dude.
Good dude. He's a teacher. He seems like a good dude. I thought you knew all about everybody that was in Miss Gypsy's life. Didn't you? Don't you? Then why are you guessing about him? Shouldn't you know his personality? Because you're saying he's just a bear, or he's it's just the bear, and he's cocky. Do you not really know that much about Ryan? Even though you say you know everything about this family pretty much? I'm wondering.
Ken? No job, Ken.
No reporter, Miss Katie.
Has like a list of criminal charges in like 4 different states.
Told y'all. Y'all can get tired of me and click off. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be mean to you. I'm not trying to do any of this. But I told you she'll pull every record she can possibly pull.
He's a bartender, but maybe not a bartender.
You're a journalist, but maybe not a journalist, because you don't really got the degree in journalism, but you think you are, okay? Point proven. What in the crap are you scratching? You hear that? It sounds like she's scratching something. Hey guys, and just so you know, my battery went dead. So I took a little bit of a break. So I'm still dealing with unpacking. This is going to take me ages upon ages. So let's just continue where y'all know I left off, and where I'm pretty much lost.
And this was something I actually had a conversation with Gypsy about.
I think she had a lot of conversations with Gypsy that she didn't need to have, because now she's exposing every single one of them. So, guys, if y'all talk to Miss KT, y'all just look at what she's doing now. And if you have private DMs with her, y'all just looking at what she's doing now, my opinion, but y'all might want to watch yourselves.
And you guys can think about this what you want, but she's someone that says she's had and I'm convinced that Gypsy had a severe opiate addiction.
How dare you? My opinion, and my opinion alone. How absolute dare you? You do some low things in life. You do some really low things in life. But why would you even put something like that out there? What benefit do you get out of it? I mean, I don't... Woman, sometimes I just don't know what to say to you. I just don't know what to say to you or about you.
And I think she still is an addict, but she's like, what do they call that? Like a dry addict?
How dare you again? Why are you even saying anything about this? Question: did you, like it when people were saying that you were snorting a certain pain something? Did you like that? No, it bothered the heck out of you, and you had to defend yourself time and time and time again.
Because some of her behaviors seems very like addict-like. Like,
takes one to know one, right? That's what I always say. I ain't giving no suggestions to anybody or about anything. Never at all would I, because I don't do that crap. I'm just saying I don't know what else to say to her besides she would know one, because she's done a lot of journalism and reporting, okay?
she's got to fill her needs somewhere. She's getting her fix with online stuff or something.
Oh, pot meat kettle. Pot meat kettle.
But she was telling me that Ken wants to move up from being a bartender to being someone that is a liquor distributor to bars. So they...
Okay, he wants a promotion of some sort. That's pretty much all you need to know, I guess. And what I'm taking away from this is he wants to become something more in life.
go to the bars and they say, I distribute, I don't know,
If you don't know, why you talking about it?
Jack Daniels.
Is that your favorite? I don't know. You're always saying that you like wine, so figure why not just pop that in there. It's been a long day.
And Absolute Vodka or whatever.
Just keep naming them. I can't even think of that many, but okay, Miss Katie, just keep going.
And that's what he was going to start doing. And I was like, Gypsy, do you really think, given the fact...
First, is that a bad career to have in anybody else's position? Is that a bad career to have? I won't judge anybody on what they try to do or what they do for their business. Oh, heck no, you do you, boo.
Distributors of liquor can actually make really good money, though.
Okay, if you know that as a fact, then why are you trying to put it down in any way? I don't know.
But it's a sales job. But it's also like you have to like pound the pavement to do that.
Trying to say that he's not willing to get out and work is pretty much what you're saying. Just get down to the pot and the nitty gritty of it. Go ahead, bottom of the barrel, just go ahead and get to it.
And it's usually like you get paid on commission.
So now you're saying he wouldn't be a good sales rep. Okay, noted.
And I said, do you really want to be married to someone when you are an addict?
I don't even want to know what she's going to say. Don't even want to know. Don't even want to know. Am I going to find out? Yeah. But you know what? I wish she'd quit saying somebody's an addict if they're not.
That's in a bar? Like, is that what you want in your life? Like somebody that works in a bar when you've admitted to having your own problems with substances?
Woman, quit insulting people and not even knowing it. Just quit. Just stop. You know what? You'd get a lot further in life sometimes if you just pop it shut. That's what you need to do. You just need to pop it shut. You get a lot further in some places on the internet. This woman pauses so much. It drives me insane.
No, she'll never allow him to be a bartender because bartenders have to flirt.
You guys know that's true.
Wouldn't you know that everybody knows the same thing is true? Wouldn't you know that? Everybody's got to know exactly what Miss Katie knows. Because if you don't, you're going to get argued with. Just face the facts.
If you're going to be a bartender or if you're going to be a cocktail waitress or a cocktail waiter, you have to flirt with your clientele.
Pretty much. I mean, yeah, pretty much that's what you do. Because you want to get them tips.
And she would never allow that.
There's a lot of wives that would never allow that, or husbands that'll never allow that. There's a lot of people that won't allow it. Even though sometimes you just need to shush it up and just support someone.
Like, the goal of the bartender and the cocktail waitress or cocktail waiter is to get you drunk, which means they're going to pretend like they like you.
Miss Katie, you're starting to laugh. Yeah, you kind of like that, don't you? You kind of like that drinking, right?
To get you drunk. That's the goal.
Sometimes you get that way when you're not at the bar, just so you know.
So you really think that Gypsy is going to be like, yeah, I'm cool with that?
Miss Katie, I don't think you're cool with that, and I think that's why you say Miss Gypsy wouldn't be cool with that. Plus, who'd be taking care of the home? Just wondering. You got a little bit of a runny nose there, Miss Lane. Get all the lies get you to it. Ooh, your body's just letting it out.
I have bartended and I've cocktail waitressed, so I know both. Do you think that I don't know that? Do you think I'm making that up?
A lot of people think what you're saying and you're doing is making it up. A lot of people say that. I don't know who's contesting you in the comments, but I know you don't like it.
I was a cocktail waitress for years.
Did y'all know that? Did you know that? Because I don't ever pay that close of attention to her, to be honest with you, so I didn't know that.
No, they didn't break up. So, long story short,
You're not making anything short on this. You don't make anything short on any of your live streams. Don't even start talking about that. Lie to somebody that don't know you.
this entire book is a hot mess, Gypsy.
Would you get off the book? No, you won't. But you know what? I can at least ask for you to get off the book. Just leave it alone, woman.
And I don't really understand why you think anyone cares to hear your story for the fourth time.
Who cares to hear you talk about it for the fourth time? How about that? I know people don't want to listen to me talk about this, but you know what? Some people like me, and I appreciate them more than they ever know. Or I think I'll let them know down in the comments, don't I, y'all? I'll let y'all know I appreciate you, right? And I try my best to do that, so I hope you can see it.
Oh, Faith, you keep...
Why are you sniffling your nose, woman? You're all the time. People say things about that.
going in and out. He's not back in Dallas. That's not true.
She knows absolutely every fact as she's stating it.
They haven't broken up. No, she's not true. They didn't break up.
Just like Miss Katie didn't think she had her baby. Yeah, Miss Katie seems to always be right, huh?
Erica, where have you been? She said, wait, you're not friends with Gypsy Rose now? Where have you been?
Well, obviously, seeing you for what you were and not what you are. Because they paid attention to you then. But doesn't it get on your nerves when they don't know what's going on in your life now? Don't that get on your nerves? I think it gets on your nerves.
Have you been disappeared for like 6 months?
Have you been disappeared for like 6 months? Have you been disappeared? Disappeared. You know what? I think my English class is failing me. Disappeared. Disappeared. I know it's disappear. Did you disappear? I know that. I don't think she does, though. Journalism? Reporter.
Did anyone see the LA Times?
So first you gotta. Now you're. You got a cold, Miss Katie? Is that what's wrong? You got cold?
The title for the LA Times today.
See, you weren't supposed to be quoting the Sun or the In Touch or anything like that. So let's see what all information you give about the LA Times, huh?
Do you think when Gypsy had her interview with the LA Times, this is what she expected the title of the article to say?
What did it say? I don't know. Can you tell me what it said? Because I don't track her. I don't, stalk her in a certain word, certain way. Yep, I just said that. Maybe I shouldn't have. My opinion alone.
You know what I'll tell you about?
I can't even do it. I ain't even going to say what I think. I'm not going to say what I think. I'm just going to keep my little mouth shut like I should do.
Journalists at real outlets would never interview Gypsy and let her get softball.
She's just saying that she's not a real outlet. That's what she's saying. She's not the real outlet. Doesn't she realize those words came out of her mouth? Don't she realize that? And by coming out of her mouth, don't she realize she just told on herself? Probably not, but she did.
Answers and like questions. The only outlets Gypsy talks to now are ones that will give her softball questions.
Kind of like Miss Katie would when she was coordinating. Listen to me, because it pretty much was a coordination whenever them two were together. The Miss Christie and Miss Gypsy. It pretty much was. But I wonder how many hard questions she asked of Gypsy while they were talking and being friendly. Wonder.
Do you really think she'll ever go back on The View?
I don't know. I don't watch it. Don't really care. I got other things to do with my life instead of watching everything somebody does. That's why I have this live and not a lot of other ones.
Or 2020, when they ask her why it's okay for her to profit off of this and become famous.
Why is it okay for you to profit off of it and be over on TikTok talking so much? Huh?
A responsibility of a journalist is to fact check and not just take someone at their word.
So are you saying you're a journalist now? Are we back to you being a journalist? Is that what we're back to? Or are we back to a reporter? Or are we just back to a YouTuber or a TikToker? I think now we're on to TikTok. So now she's a YouTuber and a TikToker. I just need to go ahead and just complete her resume for her and make it a lot easier.
So if you're going to write an article, you can't just assume what the person is telling you is true. You actually have to go back. So if Gypsy makes a claim in her book and you're...
why are you sniffling so much? Woman, it's called a tissue. Go get one. People sometimes say you sniffle for a reason because there's a certain thing that I'm not going to go up the nose is what I'm not going to do, because that's not fair to anybody, because I don't know that as a fact. I'm just saying. And I wouldn't know that as a fact either, because I don't follow Miss Katie that far.
You're a good journalist. It's your job to look at the record. Do you know what I did today? I read parts of her book about her crime.
Oh my goodness, imagine that. She read part of her book about the crime. I thought this whole thing was pretty much talking about the book. That's what I thought. I could be wrong, but that's what I thought it was. Look at me knocking these things off. They ain't gonna stick no more anyway since I just did that. But let's just pretend like they are.
And then you know what I did? I went back and I watched her testimony from Nick's trial.
I ain't got that many hours in the day. Nope, ain't got that many hours. I get in trouble by my horses if I don't go out there so often. They come to my front door and won't in. I'm telling you.
And then I read transcripts from Nick's appeal.
Meaning you dug and dug until you found something that just might be useful in your own eyeballs.
And I noticed very quickly that she was lying in the book.
Oh, so you mean when in her disclaimer where she's talking about, this is the best of her recognition. Listen to me. I can't even talk myself. I'm tired. But are you meaning in the disclaimer part that she made? I don't know. Asking.
If she keeps talking the way that if she keeps doing this,
then what? Then what? Why do you have to pause so much? And why do you have to get the next thought in your head? And then you just gotta pause and let me say what's gonna sound good here. That's what I need to do. I need to find something that's gonna sound good.
I don't think Gypsy understands, there's things called perjury.
You're gonna be the one to point it out now, aren't you?
I keep thinking that if Gypsy thinks she keeps changing the facts of the story, maybe in 10 years, she'll convince the public that she wasn't even there and it...
Yeah, you Miss Ma'am, you and your conspiracy theories and all that is just absolutely crazy. It really is.
Didn't even happen. Melissa Moore, did you not fact check any aspects of her story about the night in question again?
Why do you keep calling out Melissa Moore? Well, why do you keep calling her out? Are you jelly? You're jealous. Yep, that's what you are. You're jealous.
That's the facts of the case. Did you not actually read the police reports, Melissa?
Yeah, Melissa, she's calling you out. She's wondering if you actually went by the law or not, because you know what? She knows the law. She's already told you she knows.
And Melissa, why did you let Gypsy talk about the CPS case in 2019?
Does she think Melissa's in the chat? Or is she just trying to call Melissa? I think she's trying to call Melissa out. But I think she's doing a horrible, horrible, horrible job of it. My opinion.
In 2009.
Oh, you got it dead wrong. You got it wrong. You got it wrong. You got it wrong. Guess what? You're doing that a lot.
Melissa, you know that CPS case is a part of the investigation file, right, Melissa?
Yeah, Melissa, Miss Craney knows more than you, and you need to consult her before you start doing anything else with your life.
And you know that it wasn't closed because Gypsy was asked the wrong questions, right? You know that, right?
Yeah, Miss Katie's done her research like she does on everybody. So, Miss Moore, you should already know all this. And if you don't, she gonna tell you because she likes to do that digging.
You know that she was literally never pulled into a room by herself and interrogated. You know that it was brief, and you know why, Melissa. They got her fucking ID and it said she was 18, so they left.
Okay, Miss Katie knows all of this, and y'all just remember, I know absolutely none of this. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening, and to be fair, or just to be straight up, I don't really care, because Miss Katie gets really good about calling people out. But I also start to think, what about, how was she whenever it came down to this in the, very beginning of it all? When they were friends, did she, she's doing this maliciously. I can't do two things at once. I need to just shut up.
Why do you guys keep talking about the CPS investigation in 2009 when she was 18? Like that's some sort of gotcha.
You think you got some kind of gotcha going on right now, and I don't think you do. But I think in your mind you do, so that's what you're going to continue portraying.
And Gypsy, why do you... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. If I invited you, I didn't mean that.
Yeah, you don't get any kind of airtime on her channel. No, you don't. Don't you even think you do. She's not inviting you, and you just need to ignore it. Because if you don't, guess what she's going to do? She's going to just ignore you. So, it don't matter.
Gypsy, why do you keep pretending like you didn't know your age?
You're the one that talked to her for so long, so you tell us the answer. We might not know it, but obviously you do.
I'm very confused why you keep pretending like you didn't know your age. Why do you keep saying that you found your Medicaid card in your mom's drawer when you were 19?
See, she pays a lot of attention to a lot of things, and it's the little mini details is what she pays attention to. But if you pay the little bitty attention to detail that she's talking about, if you pay any close attention like that, she's gonna find every way to go against you because that's what she does.
Don't you remember when CPS came to your house in 2009?
She almost got it wrong again, didn't she? In 2009, she almost got it wrong.
And your mom brought out your social security number and in front of you said you were 18?
Yep, she knows this for a fact, guys. Y'all need to pay attention to her. Miss Katie knows everything she's doing and everything she's talking about. Come out of there. I bought these for a reason.
Do you remember in 2009 when your mom said in front of you to the police and to you that you were 18? Do you know that's in the police investigation supplemental book, Gypsy? Why don't you act, Gypsy?
Why don't you figure out your questions before you go live for hours? Then I wouldn't have to sit here and make fun of you for it.
Gypsy said in an interview that she spent 6 months proofreading and editing this book. Did you guys read the supplemental investigation?
Did you guys go in enough detail and do enough digging? Did you do that? You need to say exactly what you mean to say, Miss Katie.
True Crime's like, thank you. True Crime Clips is like, thank you.
Miss Katie likes to get onto people's channels, and she likes to get them to come over to her side so they agree with her. Or let me rephrase that. She does that so she can agree with other people so that she can be like, yeah, see, I'm not the only one.
Did you not read that? Because I found it like in the middle of the pack.
I went digging, and I found what I was digging for.
And it said your mom, Her name is Dee Dee.
Are you serious right now? Are you? She can't be this serious. She can't be this ridiculous. Somebody tell me she's not this ridiculous. I know the answer, but somebody please tell me she's not this ridiculous. Do you know that sisters are born? Did you know your mama's name was Dee Dee? Yeah, did you know all that? Yeah, Miss Katie just has to remind you again. She is such a dork. Oh my gosh, other people on panel with her make her seem like she knows so much and like she knows a lot, and then you get these. You get these where she don't know jack squat. Oh goodness.
Said that the documents just got confused because of Katrina, but you were really 18 and this was your identification. And Gypsy, do you remember when the police said you're 18, you can go, and you were like,
Do you remember that the police said you could go somewhere?
no, I'm all good, I'll stay? Yes, my screen is purple.
See, there's nothing on her screen that you're missing. It's more entertaining to look at my screen if you know what I mean. It's a little bit more entertaining because it's not a bunch of lies about what she really looks like and about who she really is.
Guys, I need a lawyer.
Guys, don't just say anything about my voice in the end because I started doing it because of her. Besides Miss Katie.
Gypsy, why don't you actually read?
Miss Katie, can you please form a thought?
Why don't you actually read the police report?
Yes.
You see a bump on my lip.
You bit it or something. Okay.
The lack of fact-checking in this book was really bad. She even said that
I thought you weren't an editor, but you want to go back and edit this book now, don't you?
micro deletion occurred in 2012. No, it happened in 2011.
Just like you just said in 2019 on the CPS? Yeah.
Like, I feel like I could have edited this book for the publisher.
Told you. And she's not an editor. She already said it.
And been like, the book would have been like thrown in the trash, honestly.
So you're admitting that if you were an editor, you would just throw it in the trash? You would cost them people a lot of money now, wouldn't you? Because I think they're making money off this book. So you're just saying, hey, I wouldn't make them no money. And they're probably saying, thank goodness she's not an editor here. Could you imagine? Her going, nope, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. Why? Because I said so. Because I said so. Because I said so. Because I said so. Or I spent all night digging. I spent all night digging. I mean, each and every single line would be an excuse of why she's right and they're wrong.
They didn't bring up the prescription pad, for crying out loud. The prescription pad that literally no one saw but Christy. Like,
if nobody saw it, then why would they bring it up? And if Christy was the only one, how do you know? Questions, questions.
I don't care why her knuckles were bruised. I honestly don't care.
She's admitting there's certain things she just don't care about, and you're not going to make her care about them.
I don't, want to speculate on that kind of stuff. I'm
Oh, she don't want to speculate, but she does it anyways.
not going there.
But you'll go in between the sheets, right? and yes, that's a form of speech, okay? But you can get in their pockets just like you can get in between their sheets and know what's going on, right?
Oh, yeah. The voodoo hex was bullshit. I'm like, shut up about your voodoo hex.
Katie, Miss Katie, you don't know jack squat about jack squat. If somebody does voodoo, I don't do it, but nobody come after me with the voodoo because I don't want none of it. But she's calling it out. Not me. She's calling it out.
And stop acting like your mom was wrong for not wanting his daughter.
You mean that was born? Is that the sister that was born? Not hatched, not carried. She was born.
To be hanging out with a man on parole for distributing meth in front of a child and having meth around a child.
I keep hitting the button on accident because I'm tired of her talking about the D-R-U-G-S.
Gypsy, Dee Dee is not the bad one.
Miss Katie is.
For wanting her daughter to stay away from a guy that was found to be in possession of schmeth.
Oh, so she just said the word just a little bit ago. I think I edited that out. But she just said the word, and now she's saying the off of it. You know, she's not just directly saying the word. Mm-hmm.
Around a child that happened to be his own.
Since he's making fun of her, so he'd be making fun of Dee Dee for not wanting a child around them.
And he was still technically married, Gypsy.
So are you. I want to say something, but I'm not going to say it. Hi, Todd.
Gosh darn it, your mom was a horrible woman because she didn't want you around a schmeth head.
See? Now she's bleeping it out. First time she didn't care. So that's mostly what she does on TikTok. My opinion is she just don't give two flips.
Do your homework. Did you change your name, Fancy Pants, to do your homework? Oh, no. Never mind.
So nobody can call her out, because if anybody calls her out, it's somebody she don't like. And it's somebody that's already called her out. Miss Katie just can't understand and can't think of people not liking her. It's absolutely hilarious.
Like, she acts like her mom is being too controlling because she... Oh, you changed your profile pic.
Oh, yeah. See, there's a reason for it. Miss Katie's going to get down to the bottom of it.
You're acting like your mom was too controlling because she didn't want you around a schmeth head. She wasn't a teenager. She was 23.
You are not going to get these people just to agree with you just because you say a certain age. You know what? People may look at it as she was a teenager, and that may be the story that was always given about it, because I do believe that was the story that was always given. Not everybody you've talked to has read the book. Not everybody you're talking to or talking at, not even talking to, but talking at, they probably haven't gone into all the detail of researches as you have, most likely. So you're having just your own little breakdown over here about it.
She was 19 with Dan, but she was 23.
Can you imagine her being a mother? Imagine her being a mother and putting out somebody's escapades out on TikTok. How would she feel? I mean, even if Dee Dee's not here, how would she feel? How would Miss Katie feel if she was in the same situation? My kids would disown me. I can almost guarantee you, especially my youngest, he would disown me. He'd be like, Mama, you shut your trap. I'm not talking to you no more because you want to just say everything that you know, all the secrets that I told you. And so Miss Katie just wants to put out another child's information, and then she's like, oh yeah, remember, she's not a child. Remember, she wasn't a child when all of this was happening. Remember, she's an adult. But you know what? Miss Katie is still putting out the escapades of her. Just saying.
And did you guys miss the part in the book where she was basically taunting the fact that after 2011 her mom was scared of her?
She was basically taunting it, but you know what? Here's the thing, Miss Thing. I ain't read it, so don't be telling me. Just politely point out something, okay? Because I'm not going to read this book because I hear so much about it through you. I don't even need to read the daggone book.
Oh, and also the part in the book I don't believe ever happened was that Dee Dee made her get into a van and she punched her legs, because that's a totally new story.
Miss Katie has been up and down this story. She's been around this family. She's been doing everything she can to be right in the middle of everything. And so she knows story from story. And yeah, I'm going to repeat that a lot because of the simple fact of, welcome to Miss Katie, or to Miss Katie Joy without a crystal ball. Anything personal you don't want out there, she gonna find.
So now we're to believe that after picking her up from Dan's house, Dee Dee took her in a van and punched her legs.
Now you're figuring it out. Okay, so here's the thing. Did they not give you enough information when they talked to you those 5 years? But I thought you had everything you needed. I thought you had it all figured out already.
And then after that, then you got chained to the bed headboard that doesn't actually have anywhere to get chained to.
Could it have been the base instead of the headboard? I'm just asking because my headboard ain't got no place for nothing like that, but it's got side rails. I mean, I guess I watched the turban story and I shouldn't have.
And there was no dog leash or handcuffs actually found at your mom's house, but you actually did have handcuffs found on you.
Just be mouthing. But you know what? They could have been, when you find something like that on somebody, it can belong to somebody else. I don't know. And no, I'm not taking up for Gypsy. Y'all don't think I'm doing that because I'm just doing this because I got hay all over me and I itch. So when I itch, I got to make sure I put plenty of stuff on because guess what? With hay, your just body wash won't always get it off, okay? Sometimes you still feel pokey and perky.
I never really understood her story about how she was tied up with a dog leash and handcuffs. Like, how does that even work?
I wasn't always such nice of a Janet. I changed over the years. I'm not going to say anything more about that whatsoever at all because it's none of my business to be saying anymore. But Miss Katie, pop that bubble. Just pop the bubble because there's a world out there that you don't know about. Did you just snot? Did you seriously just snot? You can excuse yourself before you blow big boogers in front of everybody. Just, it's not that difficult.
Yeah, her mom never hit her, and now her mom hits her all the time.
Woman, you are bashing this person and not even knowing you're bashing this person. This is what she does.
She put that disclaimer in it because, their memories she believed happened. Who says that?
It's in a disclaimer, so she says that. The writer says that. The ghostwriter, whatever it may be, they said that. It was in a disclaimer. They said that. So who said that? They said that. Dude, you can't even answer a common question of your own. Who says that? The person that put it in there says that.
Who says that about their life? I believe something happened.
You change stories a lot. You say, oh, I wasn't around this person, and you tell this person and that person, oh, I'm here to support you, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that. And how many times do you not do it? Huh? How many times? So don't you even start that malarkey. Don't even start it.
Who I believe?
I believe you need to get yourself back over there to YouTube and go back to Sister Wives, because you ain't showing them YouTube any of this part of you, and they need to see it, Miss.
The story I share here is true to my memory, and these memories have shaped my perceptions.
Most of the things I report on my channel are the facts.
Many of which are also shared here. This is how it was for me, what I experienced or believe I experienced.
Haven't you gotten yourself in trouble before and changed the narrative? Didn't you say you won? My best recognition, and it just me talking. I think you said you won against Miss Westbrook. Why? Right? I think you said you won against her. I ain't so sure of that.
So my question is that for you to say that you're going to use that for when they try to sue you? Who else thinks this is a disclaimer she put in here ahead of a lawsuit?
You would be the one to know about it. You would be the one to know about it, because you and them lawsuits, they go hand in hand.
To me, this feels like a legal disclaimer for a lawsuit.
That's you coming back and saying it? Okay. Miss Lawsuit Queen, give her a crown. She needs one, don't she? She needs Queen written across it, because she's the queen of getting herself in trouble, but she won't admit it.
So if her grandpa sues her, she can say, well, I believe I experienced that.
You think she's covering herself, Miss Katie? Do you think she is? Good for her. Good for anybody for covering themselves. But don't put out false things. Do not put out false narratives or anything like that. Don't do that against people. That's just not funny, nor is it fair.
I mean, you guys, she called her aunts and uncles all fuck-ups.
Hey, did Miss Katie call her family worse than that? Does she get together with her family on Christmas? I'm asking for a friend. That's all I'm doing. I'm asking for a friend. And I'm getting up close and personal with this picture, and I ain't liking it.
She called them all fuck-ups. Who says that?
You?
All fuck-ups. I liked you on my panel last time because you were really kind to Fancy Pants, but I really wanted your opinion on this disclaimer.
Yeah, no, I was actually just about to say, hey, fancy seeing you here again whenever I saw Fancy Pants.
She does this. She's going to be on somebody's side and be somebody's friend until they're no longer useful to her. And then as soon as they're not, she's going to go behind their back. Because from whatever y'all are told me, she got the medical records from Miss Fancy. But now then she's all against her. Wouldn't that just be nice to know beforehand? It comes in the anti-KJ community.
Yeah.
No, what I think honestly is I think you're on the right path. As a health physician, anybody that were to see her as a physician right now, I would definitely assess her mental.
Okay, I'm pausing this for a reason. I want y'all to listen just for a little bit, and I'm going to clip this up. If I think it's boring, I'm going to clip it up. But y'all listen just for a few minutes on how she talks when she has somebody to bounce off of. If she's got somebody to bounce off of, you're going to see and you're going to hear the difference of how she reacts. Because I do not think, my opinion, I do not think this woman can carry her own live stream. I do not think that it's possible for her to carry her own live stream. I just don't.
Cognition. just because of the route that she's been going, because everything she has been stating keeps on changing. So if she makes this statement that this is due to her memory or however she put it, I would generally say, let's get your mental health assessed at this point.
You got somebody else saying, let's get her mental health assessed. Okay, a lot of people have to get their mental health assessed. You know, it sometimes kind of happen with me. Y'all know I'm bipolar. Y'all know I'm ADD. Y'all know I'm a lot of things. So, yeah, I've got my people that I got to talk to. I mean, keep my head on straight. Okay, I talk to my horses mostly, all right? I do. Okay, we're just going to be honest. But other than that, you know, everybody's got somebody they want to talk to, even if it's a friend.
Well, because if you believe something happened, that could be a delusion.
True. Yes, absolutely. But as well with how many different times her story has changed. So her memory keeps on changing. So I see that as a mental decline because she can't remember her original story.
Or she's just a liar.
Well, that's it. That's what I believe it to be. But if she wants to go with these theories and thoughts, and I'm a conspiracy theorist, I'm not going to lie. If we truly wanted to put, okay, well, you're going to use this to not get sued. Well, on the other hand, let's play devil's advocate and let's test that memory of yours.
Devil's advocate, yeah, I wear horns sometimes in my videos for a reason. So I'm going to listen to this and I'm going to cut out anything that I think could be possibly interesting. And if not, y'all ain't even going to have to listen to it because y'all listen to me enough. But I'm just going to keep on going.
That's how I see it.
Hello,
If we wanna
Gypsy
play
Rose,
games.
TikTok Truth.
Hi. Hi, that girl again.
Hey.
Thank you, Katie, for having me up here, and thank you for following me. I appreciate it. I love your content.
Thanks.
I've been following you since the Sister Wives.
Oh, yeah, that's my big thing on YouTube.
Yeah.
I just posted a video on my YouTube channel about Gypsy, about the book. So when you guys are done.
When she posts videos about Gypsy, guess what? They don't go nowhere hardly. They get not even a quarter sometimes of the views that Sister Wives do.
Book. So when you guys are done here, go check out my YouTube video on it. But what are your thoughts about today? I saw you posting stuff.
I mean, so
this lady is just happy that Miss Katie pays attention to her and Miss Katie follows her. That's all it is.
actually, I just got the free audiobook because I want to go side by side to see what the contradictions are and point them out.
To me, that says, yeah, I want to go side by side with you so that I can be on the same page as you. I don't even know this person. I don't even know who this person is. Don't really care who this person is. But anybody that's going to go on this thing and go, yes, ma'am, Miss Katie. Yes, ma'am, Miss Katie. Yes, ma'am, Miss Katie. I don't need to listen to because I don't like a sounding board for her. I don't like a sounding board for me. You know, because not everybody likes me and not everybody thinks the way I think. And that's the reason why you get in that comment section and leave your audience alone, woman.
I created my page because I got so tired of going on other people's pages and making comments and trying to explain the truth and leading them to other links.
So in other words, you got tired of just listening to people and you figured out that you could get your own channel and you could get your own thoughts out there. Okay, I need to quit commenting on this person because I don't know who this person is. So yeah, I'm going to stop. I'm going to cut it right there and I'm going to listen to it all. But y'all should only hear me react when I need to. Or I want to.
Page, make it similar username to Gypsy, so if people go Google her, maybe they'll stumble upon me. And my whole thought process was just give the facts, just you know, show the interrogations, show the medical records and all that. But she keeps putting out all these. It's just nonstop. It's just every day is something new with her.
Somebody on one of your pages, I don't know if it was yours or the Junction page. There's a bunch of your pages that I follow. But someone put out a video of like, this is the last time I'm going to tell my story. And then they did like a sliding thing of all of her interviews, all of her documentaries, all of the times she's spoken.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, I mean, There's Gypsy's Revenge, Killer Couples. There was a 2021 where she spoke. There was a Dr. Phil episode. There was Mommy Dead and Dearest. There was Prison Confessions.
Yeah.
But you
Imagine watching all of these things. Imagine having to be in the loop of every single one of these things that she's saying. I can't watch that much on one person. I have to even take a break from Miss Katie. I was gone for what, a year and a half? I had to take a break from all this. Miss Katie don't stop. It don't matter. She don't stop.
know why people, I believe, keep on watching is because we've never gotten the straight answer and the truth. Like, we've never heard the truth from her, and she's never accepted what truly happened. So I think people are like watching on edge, like, is this going to be the moment? Is this going to be it? Is she going to finally admit it? Is she going to? And I think she would be more, not so much accepted, but more respected in a sense for actually coming clean and admitting to not just herself, but everybody else as to what truly happened.
Do you think, I mean, I'm asking this lady, I'm asking Miss Katie, do you think that Miss Gypsy is ever going to be respected? Wondered. You think she's ever going to have all this respect that you think she would have? I don't think so.
I feel like her narcissism or her personality disorder prevents her from doing that.
Talking about yourself again, Miss Katie.
If I'm honest.
Like, it's absolutely the truth, yes.
I feel like if she's a sociopath, she would have narcissistic tendencies. And because she has
Why do you keep saying that about people? Is that you? Is that you? You do that? I think maybe you do that. I don't know for sure, but I think so.
inflated self of who she is and like what she is. Because like today she tagged me.
There's Miss Katie describing herself. There's Miss Katie describing herself.
Oh, Jesus.
on something related to Photoshop.
Alright guys, listen to me. I started listening to this just off and on while I was doing other things like washing my cow stuff. And I just kept talking and giving my opinion and kept talking and talking. So I was like, alright, we need to sit down and we need to go through this way, even though there's somebody else on panel with her. I just have a couple of thoughts here and there, okay? So I'm going to do my normal, try to make my feet not look so bad. And at the same time, I got to keep my feet up for that. So at the same time, I was like, I'm just going to go ahead and do this whole thing with her and do as much as I can because I got to be stuck in bed or with my feet up for 30 minutes. So we can do this, 30 to 45 minutes. So we can do this.
Oh my goodness.
And I'm thinking, Gypsy, of all the things I've talked about in the last 4 days about you, I made one comment on your photoshopped photo, but you're ignoring all of the other stuff about your lies about the micro deletion.
So Miss Gypsy is ignoring something about Miss Katie. And when you start ignoring something that Miss Katie is trying to say and trying to put up, but there's one thing that you don't want to ignore. Oh, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. You were supposed to be listening and watching every single post that this woman makes. There are no exceptions. I can't even talk now, but there's none of them.
It's about the micro deletion. Or your lies about the feeding tube, your lies about your eye surgeries, the doctor shopping, your lies.
Oh, so you mean she's not paying any attention to her own medical stuff that you're talking about? Is that what you're meaning? Is that what you're trying to say? Okay, so I understand why she wouldn't want to, necessarily comment on all these different things about her medical, okay? I understand that completely. Now I got the stuff all over my hands. All right.
About being in your mom's, not being in your mom's bedroom, like putting up your swallow study, showing the facts.
So you're still talking about her medical, and she didn't put in or want to post anything about her medical, so she didn't even pay attention to it. Well, I wouldn't pay attention to you putting out certain information either, so you're just going to blame her. Look, my nippy little boots. Okay, so let's sit down and let's finish doing this, and I'll be a lazy fart. Okay.
of your case, and you don't respond to any of that, but you tag me so that I somehow see that you're not Photoshopped.
But
Like,
I think that's how she does.
So she's supposed to respond to you in a certain way, or you're supposed to respond to her in a certain way, in a certain time manner, because if you don't, you wrong.
Diverts attention though, because anybody else, say if it were anybody else, I'm not even going to name a
but
creator.
she says in her book, that's what her,
Well, let's just go back to the book, guys. Y'all are arguing while you're on live stream, and guess what? I can't understand both of you at once.
she said that that's exactly what her mom does.
But they would have jumped at the thought that Gypsy messaged them, and somebody else would have taken that clip and run it, and it would have started covering up.
This woman is a yes'em. Yes'em. Yes, Miss Katie. Yes, ma'am, Miss Katie. Let me go ahead and tell you my view of it, Miss Katie, and it just happens to match your view of it, Miss Katie. So much fun to listen to.
Everything else that we've been trying to put out there, because I know a lot of people create false stories to cover up the true narrative.
Sorry, but that's what some criminals do. And y'all classify Miss Gypsy as a criminal, so why are y'all are so just upset and y'all are just so out of bounds? Because she did something a criminal would do.
That's what she's been doing. And in her book, she talks about her mom being a master of deflection. Oh.
Ooh, don't want to get dehydrated now. Miss Katie, you are too. So if you're going to compare yourself to somebody, make sure you fully say, me too.
Oh, she learned from her mom, absolutely. And I've got a clip of her saying she learned how to lie from her mom really well.
So if she knows that her mom, anytime something would come up about her dad or about someone, she would deflect to something else.
Okay, Miss Katie deflects, doesn't she? She deflects quite often. She don't like any kind of pressure being put on her at all, even including things from the sun.
So she's trying to deflect to her appearance. I don't give a shit what she looks like.
Malarkey! You like to make fun of what she looks like without a filter. You do too? Let me see if I can find that picture and I'll post it right here, you little goofus.
I think it's not so much deflect her appearance. I think she wanted you to take that and run a story on it so people would stop talking about the truth of what happened in the past.
Run a story on it? You acting like she's a journalist or a reporter. She ain't neither of them. So why should she run a story on it?
Because nobody else has ran any gossip recently.
Gossip. Gossip is what it is. Gossip. Get it right, Miss Katie.
And the book's about to come out, and so with everybody looking up her book or whatnot, it would help cover up the fact of the truth.
The fact of the truth. I don't even know who this woman is.
And then
Didn't pay attention, don't care, because like I said, I had my screen on something else and wasn't smart enough to know that I was going to record my actual screen and not what I was listening to. So, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Do you want to see what my response to her?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Why would we not?
Hey,
Why are you talking over people? Quit it!
Gypsy, don't you have a dead woman to slander more? You care about your image more than you care about the lives you ruined? Care to respond about stalking Ivy Rose Grows Wild?
So why did she have to refer to Miss Dee Dee as that? Why'd she have to? She didn't have to is the answer, but she chose to, because that's what she wanted to say, so she chose to do it. Yeah, and I think that's disrespectful. My opinion.
Oh, I love you for that. Yep. Did she respond?
No.
Damn, I wanted that response.
Of course you did, because Miss Katie wanted it just as much.
But her thing is like, her says it's like, this is real, all real.
It's real, all real. You putting this stuff out there, especially about the SEX, is real as well. And just FYI, woman.
Like, who cares, Gypsy? You're still a possum.
You know what? Obviously, Miss Katie, you do. And don't be calling people names, okay? Just quit calling people names. It's not nice. Unless it's Miss Katie, and don't go on their appearance. Let's just say that. Don't be talking about her appearance.
I don't care.
Yes, you do.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. Credits to the makeup artist for creating a shape-shifting woman. Yeah.
Insults given.
Yeah, absolutely. She shapeshifted, okay?
And then I posted this. Thank you for unblocking me so that I can now finally block you.
What a flex, what a flex, what a flex, what a flex. Miss Gypsy knows Miss Katie. That's such a flex. All she's been doing is flexing about knowing this family for all these years. That's how come most people just know, hey, this is what she's done over past 5 years.
That's great.
That's funny. Now she has no choice. She can never come back unless she uses another burner.
Yeah, well, Miss Katie's known to have multiple accounts, I do believe. Just don't quote me on that, but I think she does have multiple accounts.
Right. So my issue with her always was that she blocked me first.
That was my issue. She blocked me first. That was the problem. That was the issue. That's why I'm upset she blocked me.
But then I blocked Christy and Vicky and Sherry and all the other people.
If Gypsy's gonna block me, then I'm just gonna block everybody else.
But it bothered me that I never got to block her.
See what bothers her? Do you see what bothers Miss Katie? You see that? She's more worried about not being able to block somebody, and that's what's getting her on her tippy toes.
Because I knew she could still follow me and I didn't want her. I don't want to have any communication with her. Like, when I was done with them, I was done. Like, I don't
No, you weren't, because you're still talking about them. Don't you lie.
want to ever talk to them ever again.
Nope, you just want to talk about them a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And I had actually no clue, like, until just recently that you actually used to talk with them. And I was like, oh, I kind of missed that in the whole mix.
Yeah, see, not everybody knew that Miss Katie was corresponding with Miss Gypsy's stepmama. So Miss Katie had to put it out there to everyone. I was talking to Christy. I was talking to Christy. And she got attention from it. As Jordan does. Half clap.
Of things like, I don't know how I missed that either, but it explains a lot. So you do have a lot of insight and knowledge, not just...
She has a lot of insight. Now that's reaching.
To Gypsy, but the workings of Christy's mind, which is insane.
It's insane that they trusted Miss Katie for any amount of time.
Honestly, like, when I was reading her book today, and I didn't read it all because I skimmed it because
Malarkey! You skimmed that book even though you know what page something is found on? Cow patty.
so much of it was just stupid. Like, I don't want to read about your mom and dad's sex life. I don't care.
Then why did you talk about it for how long? How many times did you say that word? How many times? Uh-huh. You just talked about it, so obviously you care.
God. Ugh.
Like, and she was promising that this whole book would be about, generational abuse and all that.
She keeps saying that a boost, but she has the daggum definition of a boost the way she wants it. Yeah, I don't say that word, so that's just why it's getting blocked out.
No, it really didn't do that. All it basically was
All it basically was journalism 101 right there.
her prison released book with a better narrative.
Yep, Miss Katie forms her own narrative. Yes, I'm giving my opinion a lot, but I have a lot of opinions to give.
Wow.
I have a question.
Yeah.
With her mentioning, basically how she put her whole little allegedly statement in there.
Okay, so, yeah, she put allegedly this. It's also called a disclaimer.
Rod absolutely had help in creating that book. So where is his alleged statement?
Are you trying to go after Rob? Is that what you're trying to say? Are you trying to say people need to go after him because he didn't put his disclaimer in there? Is that what you're trying to get at? Don't be trying to get at stuff. Just come out and say it. Just have the badonkas just to come out and say it.
What was the statement?
There was no statement for him. So I'm curious if he can possibly get in trouble because there was nothing from him because there's stuff that she was too young to know.
So she doesn't mean statement. That's why Miss Katie is confused. She means disclaimer.
So she had to get information from somebody.
Right. She was talking about their sex life.
So are you. You are so oblivious to life. You really are.
Yeah, so clearly she got it from Rod.
Right.
So where is Rod's recount of his memory in there so he doesn't get sued?
You're really bringing up the idea that he needs to get sued? Is that what you're doing? My opinion. Me just listening to this. That's what I think it is.
Because they could always say, oh, well, your father helped you memorize this or remember that. Where is his statement?
Go ahead, bring up the suggestion. Keep bringing it up. Keep bringing up the suggestion that, Rod needs to be questioned on his little disclaimer not being in there. Yep, just keep going.
Well, this is why I told you guys I don't believe the claim against her grandfather, because I'll show you how she remembered it.
I don't believe it either, especially after your last guest.
What in the... Miss Katie and them are going to form opinions off of a daggum guest, whoever the guest may be. I don't know. But she's going to criticize the book at the same time. I wish she would stay on real people or she would stay on the book. I wish she quit flip-flopping because my easy, simple mind can't keep up. That bloom.
Oh, yeah. She was on a phone call she was asked questions for her book by Melissa.
Oh, Melissa, the Melissa that you don't seem to like. I think she got the scoop and you wanted it. That's what I think.
And somehow she remembered this was what happened. We've all seen how Melissa leads with her questions.
Yeah, Melissa. Miss Katie wouldn't do that now, would she? Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
What's always bothered me about the way Melissa has tried to create this story.
I think Melissa bothers you as a complete and total all the way around. Melissa bothers you, and I think you don't like it.
Is she doesn't tell the truth.
You know what? I don't think you always tell the truth either, because you probably told these people, hey, I'm on your side, hey, this, hey, that, and then you dropped them as soon as you could, because you're getting a lot more attention for dropping them than you were for keeping them.
Yeah.
And Melissa doesn't read the records.
Right.
And she must think I'm stupid that she... Has she been watching the anti-KJ videos? Miss Katie knows what she's called. Way to go, Miss Katie. Way to go, Miss Katie. You're giving this community some views. And hey, there ain't nothing wrong with that. No, y'all can't see my feet. You see the bags. Pulled up a letter that her doctor sent to the Social Security. Like, the letter she shared about the feeding tube was from a doctor at Tulane. Go ahead and call out the doctor. Go ahead. Go ahead and call out the doctor and let everybody know that you don't approve of, what the doctor said or whatever the case may be. Go ahead. Bring up the doctor's name. To the Social Security, like SSDI for kids. Hey, get it right. You're a reporter. You're a journalist. Get it right, woman. And it was explaining how she had a feeding tube. And that letter did not say she was afraid of food. Okay, so something wasn't put in a letter. I guess the doctor did wrong, didn't he? Guess the doctor didn't do his job. Well, dad, blame it. How dare he? And then Melissa is heard on Prison Confessions going, Gypsy, were you afraid of food? That's what your mom told doctors. That's not what that letter said. Yeah, because Miss Katie's probably already got that paper in her hand, and she probably already knows what it says from the doctor that it was submitted to the government.
Wow.
The letter said...
So she got rid of Dee Dee to have supposedly another Dee Dee and Melissa Moore?
Oh, let's get personal now. Let's get personal now because she got rid of one person just to get another person. I don't, to me, she's trying to say Melissa is more like her mom, and I don't think that's fair, and I don't think that's something you should do. And as y'all know, I get really, really whenever it comes to them talking about moms, because they don't give moms credit. Miss Katie don't. Basically, because the letter said, we treated Gypsy for her dysphagia. If you know what the letter said, then why are you going, why don't you just read the letter? If you got it, read it. Yep, she can't say the word either, so y'all leave me alone.
No, not, my son has gastroparesis.
Talk about your son some more.
Gastroesophageal reflux. So, like GERD.
GERD. Like GERD. These two are just going to bounce off each other. Like I said, y'all pay attention to Miss Katie. Listen to how easy it is for her to talk right now because she got somebody to bing dong. You know that video game where it's ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. You remember? Yeah, old times. Like I said, I'm old.
So does she or does she not have a gag reflex?
I didn't get to this part. But y'all dirty-minded people out there, y'all get it out of your heads. Get it out of your heads and don't be thinking that way. Because that little smirk laugh she did, y'all don't be thinking like that. You nasty people. You natty people.
I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding. No, you're not. You're diabolical.
But it said, like, we've treated her for dysphagia, gastroesophageal reflux.
Hey, include some definitions of these things because I don't want to go look them up.
Aversion.
I thought she said something else there. Oops, maybe my mind's in the gutter. Bad mind. I do that a lot. Duh. No, I haven't grown up in a lot of ways, okay? I talk baby talk to horses, so... I talk more baby talk to my horses than I did my own kids. There's something wrong with me.
Feeding aversion. And failure to thrive.
She was an itty-bitty girl. Miss Gypsy was itty-bitty when she was younger, and most people couldn't realize or couldn't even fathom the idea of how young she really was, or how old she really was, and how young she actually looked.
Okay. So Dee Dee can't induce... They provided evidence of swallow studies to prove it, where a camera goes into her mouth.
All right, are y'all ready to listen to the medical findings of Miss Katie? And are you really willing to listen to her describe how you get a medical procedure done? Because you about to.
It's like, it's not really a camera in your mouth, but it's like I don't know how they do it.
Ooh, she don't know how they do it. Even though she did. Imagine that crap.
An endoscope?
I don't know how they do it. It's like, they have like this X-ray.
It's an X-ray now? That's what it is? So it went from a camera to an X-ray. All right, you like to jump, so let's just get giddy with it.
But it's like, you're standing, and I wish you could see me, but you can't see me because we had to do them. It's like in a it's radiology, but it's like...
See, she had to do them. We had to do them. I don't think we had to do them. I think it was maybe just, I ain't going to say anything about the offspring, but I think that it wasn't Miss Katie.
It's like a panel that's next to your face, and somehow that can X-ray into your mouth, and they can see like the inside of your mouth somehow.
They can see inside your mouth somehow. Nah. Ain't that what the doctor does? Press down your tongue, say, Isn't that what the doctor does? I think he sees inside your mouth.
I don't know how it works. It's barium.
Oh, barium. That's not them looking inside your mouth. That's them running stuff through your body. Yeah, my son had to have that too. I talk about my son. He talks about himself. And if you don't know nothing about my son has brain damage, then he's high-functioning autistic, and he will tell you exactly what's wrong with him, and he will put his mama in her place. I created that. I take full blame for it.
Yep, barium. It's a barium swallow study. So they put the barium and so you can see it going down. It's not an endoscope. It's an X-ray.
It's not an endoscope, it's an x-ray. So it went from a camera to an x-ray, and now we're at a barium swallow. Don't you love, I mean, Miss Katie, she got herself an MD now. Oh my, and she's a radiologist now. Because she knows how to do it. She gets so many dabbling titles, I can't keep count.
And so with live x-ray, yep, and it's a camera. And so it's like a video.
So it's a camera, it's a live x-ray, or it's a video. All right, keep me straight, Miss Katie.
And so with the barium, you can see it in the throat while it goes down, and you can see like if they're aspirating, you can see how their tongue is moving in the back.
Yeah, my son had an aspiration issues, and so I understand that 100%. He had to have the testing done. I understand that, but I didn't go into the room with them to see what they were doing to him.
You can see how the tongue is moving side to side. You can see if the tongue is moving like up and down.
Did Miss Katie do her research on this? Did she? I'm guessing she did her research on it because she sure seems like it's a fact, right?
And there's different levels of dysphagia, and hers was oral, meaning her mouth.
Is that really what oral means? Oral means mouth. Tell you something, just like a sister is born.
And then the back of her tongue. So it wasn't moving correctly, which is a motor disorder. It's an oral motor issue.
Why didn't she look this up beforehand? Because she got confused in the beginning, and now she knows exactly what it is. Something ain't setting right. Mainly me in this bed.
Which also can impact and cause choking.
Okay. All right. You were coughing earlier yourself, so I'm not going to say anything else about that.
So...
And back to the Melissa Moore when she said that the first time she had food was prison food.
They're going to keep going on Miss Moore. I don't care who Miss Moore is. I don't care what's going on. I think she's somebody's a no person's daughter. But I think that's who it is. But man, they ain't going to give up on her. Jesus goodness.
Yet she didn't see the whole, her eating mashed potatoes, royal mashed potatoes.
Royal mashed potatoes. Yeah, I've seen that clip a lot. Mrs. Gypsy, itty bitty talking about her royal mashed potatoes. Would have been better if she said mashed taters. Would have been better.
Well,
Did you watch the interrogation though? She was going on about holiday foods.
yeah, I don't think the royal mashed potatoes is like a good assessment. Like,
Miss Katie does not believe this is a good assessment. So if Miss Katie doesn't believe that, you better not believe that. And I'm going to say that a lot. She wants you to believe what she wants you to believe. You don't get your own opinions when it comes to her.
if you watch the interrogation food, she's talking about how her mom got like the meal plan at Disney World, and she ate so many sweets and so much food.
Miss Katie, you need something better to do with your time. You do. You post a few videos over on YouTube, and then you jump on TikTok for hours on end. And you digging in this whole thing and separating this whole thing and going through this whole thing about Miss Gypsy. I personally, I think you need a better hobby.
And she also talked about her mom making the gumbo and that she
loving gumbo.
Mm-hmm.
And like to Ken, she was on live talking about how her mom made really good gumbo.
Okay, so you're talking about this for the fact of she'd be able to eat, right? Okay. So I guess you're saying that she didn't need that feeding tube, I guess is what you're saying. I guess. I don't know. Y'all don't quote me.
Yeah, and Archie's right in the bottom. He mentions the sandwich. So she was also ordering food with the officer, and she was like, no tomatoes, like for her sandwich.
Hey, understand that. Don't like tomatoes. I never liked tomatoes, and I ain't going to pretend to like tomatoes. So I'm right there with her.
Mm-hmm. She ate pizza and brownies with Nick. She stayed at Nick's house for a week. What did she eat there, Melissa?
Quit calling out Melissa. Just stop it. Just stop it. She doesn't talk to Miss Katie, and if she was able to talk to Miss Katie, how many of y'all think that Miss Katie would sit there and shut her mouth and be like, okay, so you got the inside scoop, so let me have the inside scoop? How many of y'all think that she would do that? Because I full-heartedly think she would do that. I just 100% think that Miss Katie would do that. She would be like, okay, you're on my side, so we're not going to trash talk you.
Right.
And how many times has she been to the ocean? But no, back to the swallow.
How many times has she been to the ocean? Now back to the swallow study. Which one do you want to talk about? When I tell you your mind just blanks out, I think your mind just blanks out, just like everybody else's does. But you won't admit that.
Swallow study. So how does Melissa not see the swallow study that?
Because she probably didn't dig as much as you. You digger. You digger. You like to dig and dig and dig and dig and dig. That's what you like to do. Man, you need to run some oversized heavy equipment is what you need to do with as much construction you like to do in this world.
I found, and then also not look at the letter, and it's from the doctor to them saying after exhaustive treatment and help her get over these issues, she was unable to maintain enough nutrition to support her life.
So she was a very malnutrition person. Okay, well, I guess she was maltreated and had malnutrition whenever she was little, too. So I don't think it really matters what age somebody gets. Malnutrition is malnutrition. Just my thought.
And growth.
Well, if Melissa read any of those papers, then she could not go with the narrative that she has and wants to play, because then she knows the truth.
See, it's all about a narrative. That's what it is. Miss Katie likes to set up the narrative of it. And now she's got somebody on panel that's a yes'em, yes'em, yes'em. That's what she's got right now. And I don't care if it's true crime. I don't care what it's about. I don't care where this lady is from. Whenever you start getting on Miss Katie's side, just wait. Just wait. If she gets tired of you, she's going to drop you faster than a hot potato.
If she turns a blind eye, she's unaware of it, and she can make whatever narrative she wants just by going by Gypsy, and that is her ally right there.
Well, Christy used to be Miss Katie's ally, so why don't you start turning around and look at Miss Katie and say, you know what, you're the one that chose to talk to him for all them years, so you just need to go ahead and hush your mouth because you were friends with them, you got done with them, now you threw them away.
And all she cares about is money.
Ain't that what a lot of people care about? You, Miss Katie, on the other hand, you like to know what kind of story you can get out of it and how long you can make it and how you can exploit it. That's what you like to do, Katie.
Yep.
Because
from what I've noticed,
I mean, how boring of a narrative is it that, you mean she really did have medical conditions? I guess we can't push the Munchausen's case.
Okay, if she really had medical conditions, doesn't mean somebody has, not the possibility of talking about Munchausen, because if I'm not mistaken, and I'm going to say that a lot because I don't remember fully, but I remember somewhat, somebody was talking about, malnutrition of somebody else, and I don't do that crap. But I'm just sitting here saying, and y'all can say, you're saying it now. I don't care if you think I'm saying it now. It's just somebody else came across it, and they were talking about malnutrition with Miss Katie as well. And, Miss Katie has a past, but I'm not for sure what all's in it when it comes to her being a mother. I don't know everything that her son has gone through. I just know what my son has gone through.
Right.
I mean, and also Gypsy wrote in the book, this was the most shocking part to me.
Shocking? How many times does Miss Katie get shocked about something? She's already thinking stuff is weird. Now she's being shocking. She's just gotten all kinds of emotions when it comes to this thing.
Is her awareness that she was faking things for money.
You fake relationships for money, my opinion.
But then says she had no clue she was a cash cow on Dr. Phil.
Correct.
Right.
In her book, she said that she was playing a little disabled girl.
She was playing, and we all pretty much know that, right? that there was a con being had. But you're just going to go after Miss Gypsy about this now, aren't you?
In order to get free stuff.
Question. In regards to Melissa Moore, with her turning like a blind eye and going with this narrative right now, do you think later on she's doing this right now? Because later on she can do this whole explosive, I never knew, and then pull.
Oh, you know what? Miss Katie is doing this whole thing of, oh my goodness, they never told me this, but they told me this. So exploitation 101, right?
Everything out and then write all about Gypsy and try to be the one to expose her. Do you think she might flip it that way later?
Isn't that what Miss Katie's doing? I mean, honestly, the person that you're talking to, isn't that what Miss Katie Joy is doing? She's exploiting them. I mean, she flipped on them and now look at her.
I mean, that would
I think that would be, with how far she's taken this, that would be pretty humiliating for her.
This is humiliating. This really is. Me? I had to listen to that S word so many times. That's humiliating to me because I would never question somebody's between the sheets.
I don't think it's ever gotten to this level before because no one else would touch it.
Meaning, Miss Katie Joy did all of her digging that she needed to do, so now then she knows more than what Melissa Moore would know, so it should have been Miss Katie the one that was writing this book. That's what I think. I also think that Miss Katie is upset because she didn't get to be in the big middle of it, just kind of like the 7M thing. She was in the middle of it, and now then with her whole lawsuit, she's like, I hope that gets dropped.
I mean, there's a reason why they had to take Melissa Moore as their person because a lot of networks were passing on them.
How does she know this? A lot of networks were passing on them. Guess what, Miss Katie? You haven't been on one network being able to talk about her. Your outsource of everything and you getting to speak your side and you're getting to say what you want to say is on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. Ain't to a big media now, is it? When it comes to Miss Gypsy, you can barely even pull views on your YouTube channel.
You know, and like legitimate production companies were passing on them.
And I think they're passing on you too. They're not picking you up for all the things you can expose about Miss Gypsy.
So, and Christy won't work with anyone that will present both sides. She refuses.
She was working with you. She was. In my opinion, you're two-faced. So she was working with both sides.
She refuses.
No, she weren't. Once again, she was working with both sides of you.
Like it's only her Gypsy side, no other sides. And that's not a fair documentary.
Now you're going to call out the documentary. Man, Miss Katie could do so many things so much better, but they didn't hire her. How dare they?
No, it's not.
I mean, I worked on the 7M documentary.
There you go. There you go. There's the truth. She just said it. She worked on a documentary. She didn't get to work on Gypsies, so imagine how she feels right now.
And while it appears biased, right, because the story is not in Robert Shin's favor,
Miss Katie is biased. Newsflash for everyone that does not know, she is very biased.
we at least offered him an opportunity to be a part of it, and he declined.
Have you even asked Gypsy to be a part of any of this stuff that you're saying about her? No, because you couldn't wait to block her. That was your main thing. You don't care if she has something to say. No, you won't talk to Christy and them again, will you? Because you got everything out of them that you wanted to get out of them.
Right.
We offered an opportunity to every single person.
We offered an opportunity. We. Who is we? You always got that mouse in your back pocket that nobody sees because there's a lot of we's.
Person that was discussed to be involved, and all of them declined. So that's the best you can do.
So we're going from Gypsy, we're going over to Robert Shin. She likes to say that a lot too. 7M, 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 7M. She's all she's doing is promoting herself.
But if you notice in all of her documentaries, there's no disclaimers.
There should be a disclaimer put on yours every single time you go live. May talk about malarkey. There you go. I put mine, this is entertainment only, and I'm full of malarkey. But she's talking about malarkey.
Like, none of the doctors are saying, I can diagnose this for her as a fact.
Is there a lot of things that you can say is a fact and prove the fact? Or do you have to say it's your opinion?
Yeah.
None of them are saying, I can't diagnose her because she's...
Quit! 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 Do not continue to say that word about her. You don't have to. Respect her just a little bit. Just say that she has moved on. Say something like that. Most people don't like to hear the DEAD word. Most people, I don't like to hear it, and I know a lot of other people that don't like to hear it because they feel like that's disrespectful. Because, I mean, you don't have to agree with me. That's perfectly fine. I never tell you have to agree with me. I'm just telling you myself that there are people out there that think that is very, very disrespectful. Because I don't say that.
And no one would take her case to go for medical fraud either, or malpractice.
Well,
But
the
then they
malpractice stuff
changed
is, she can't. That's so old.
out of the.
Okay, yep, Miss Katie knows it all, woman. Listen to her. Don't you be making suggestions. Miss Katie's going to tell you what to think.
It's out of the it's way far beyond the statute of limitations. I mean, malpractice cases are only like a couple years.
She would know, right? Miss Attorney Katie.
But
I that's what they responded with. Yeah.
huh?
That's what they responded with, was the statute of limitations. I just feel this big of a case and this serious allegations that
That the law should be changed, right? Is that what you're trying to say? The law should be changed just because of this case?
that would somehow be waived.
No, you can't toll them just because it's a big case.
See? Miss Katie is even correcting this lady.
But even if if there was something there that could be, they'd find it, and it doesn't exist because it didn't happen.
So the thing with Miss Dee Dee being having Munchausen is, I don't know who you're talking about at this point. You're talking about Dee Dee, you're talking about Gypsy, you're talking about, the book. You're talking about so many people, I can't keep up. My simple mind ain't meant to do this.
And you'll never see a doctor from Tulane ever be interviewed.
Right.
And you guys know that Gypsy doesn't have her records at all from...
You obviously seem to. Isn't that funny? Can y'all even fathom that? If Miss Gypsy does not have her records, but Miss Katie does, there's something wrong.
91 to 99.
I mean, she doesn't have them in her possession?
Nope.
Or
Nope. Miss Katie sounds certain about that. And yes, I'm going to say Miss Katie quite a bit because that's what she says in her intro on her YouTube channel. Miss Katie. But hey, you know what? Y'all can say KJ. Y'all can say Katie Joy. Y'all can say, the woman that's just lost a daggone mind over Gypsy. I don't care what you call her. You know I don't mind. Y'all get down there in that comment section. I don't care because I'm going to comment back to you.
Wasn't she seeing that same doctor that Mia sees?
Is that the sister that had to be born? Not hatched, not carried. She's born. Because anatomy finally caught up with Miss Katie.
Beckerman?
Yeah.
She saw him in Missouri. Beckerman is an idiot because he knew how old she was, and I don't know why he kept being okay with her age change.
So go out there and trash a doctor. Make sure that you put the doctor's name out there, and then you go out there and trash them. Because that's what she's doing.
Do you think it was something that they were doing, like, in the bayou to try to help them in regards to the circumstances that they were supposedly in at that time?
No, because the fraud didn't really happen in the bayou. The fraud didn't happen until they got to Missouri.
Yeah, so get it right, lady. Don't you be doing none of that. Miss Katie knows the answer. Just ask her. Ask her before you get on there and she has to tell you no.
Like, there wasn't fraud in the Bayou. And they keep acting like Dee Dee moved around a lot to get away from Rod. And it's like, well, no, she was a single mom.
So now we're going to defend the DEAD woman, right? Yeah, we can't give her any kind of respect. Nope, we cannot give her respect whatsoever at all. Miss Katie gets on my nerves, okay? When she really gets on my nerves, I call her Katie Joy. I do. But she has no joy. Whenever I look at her, she ain't got no joy. All she's got is disdain for anyone and everyone besides herself. I think number one in her life is her. That's it. That's the way it is. That's the way that's going to be. She is the most important person in her life. My opinion, and I think that's wrong, and I think that's why she feels like she's so entitled to every single person that she talks to. She's entitled to be the only person able to talk to those people. That's what I think.
She was in the projects for a while.
So what? So what? I was too.
She moved a lot within a 5-mile radius, you know.
What I found very interesting, and coming from my sister-in-law is a head of HR for physicians at the major hospital here.
Don't tell Miss Katie that stuff. No, because you don't want her contacting anybody to get any more information whenever she wants something to be described to her. You do not want her to do that, so don't tell her information like that.
And you know, their claim that they lost all their medical records is just ridiculous.
It is? Oh, I forgot. There's a contact at the hospital. Okay, my bad.
It's ridiculous. And if your child has cancer, you would know what doctor you went to, where you were seen, and they could contact them. This was not the 1900s, 1906, where it got washed away in the flood.
You know what? There's a local case that, has been going on since before I was born. It's a criminal case, and all of the evidence got washed away. And I feel so bad for this family. I mean, it's been going on for so long, but I feel so extremely bad for this family because they're never going to get answers because water washed it away. And there were a lot of people who said that, oh, no, it's there. We need to invite in, these, whatever it is, the A&E people that go in, and they solve all kinds of M words and stuff, but come to find out everything was washed away.
But Dr. Steele, the pediatrician that was on Gypsy Rose's prison confessions, he had all of the records in 2005.
So what records do you have, Miss Katie? How many records do you have, Miss Katie? Just a question.
So
I know he did, but I'm talking about the excuses that they, made, and people believe that. It's just
well, you're about to get educated. That's what you're going to do. You're about to get yourself educated. Can y'all tell I didn't watch this? Because I am positing it like crazy. Because I just got a lot to say about it. And I guess I always say I'm going to watch these beforehand. No, I'm not. It's more fun this way. I like to be surprised, just as surprised as you are about the words coming out of my mouth.
And that's how she defrauded people or the physicians. That story in of itself is like a real common sense thing for me.
Yeah, she has common sense. Does Miss Katie have common sense sometimes? I think that's why she ends up in so much trouble and all the trouble that she has ended up in. That's what I think.
Is, and all the procedures.
Quite honestly, I don't understand.
Quit cutting people off. Don't have people on your panel and then you cut them off. Stop it. Shut your mouth. Zip, zip, snip, snoop it, snoop. Keep it shut. No, keep it up. Close it.
And how Dr. Steele could be so in
what? In what? Finish it.
Okay, here's the problem though,
she didn't even finish it. She didn't finish it. She couldn't say something bad about the doctor right then. Why did she flip-flop all of a sudden? Why don't you go ahead and why don't you finish the destroying things that you're going to say?
Everyone focuses on Missouri, but nothing happened really in Missouri with Gypsy.
And you know what? The professional has just spoken. The know-it-all has just spoken.
Like, none of these major surgeries happened in Missouri.
Well, she didn't have a lot of major surgeries, as many as what she's claiming, though.
No.
Because Miss Katie, as I found out, she's got the medical records, and this is sad. To me, this is 100% sad.
Like, as much as we talk about these doctors in Missouri, nothing really happened in Missouri.
So quit talking about the doctors in Missouri. This does not take common sense. It doesn't take common sense. Leave it alone. Quit bringing up their names. Quit just drowning them in dirt. Don't. Just stop it.
She wasn't treated for cancer. She wasn't treated for muscular dystrophy. Her muscle biopsy was not in Missouri. She didn't have her salivary glands removed in Missouri. She didn't have...
Okay, let's say how many times you're going to say Missouri. You could just say this didn't happen in Missouri. That's all you had to do. That's all you have to say. Sorry. I done ran my computer just in the dirt because I'm reacting so much to this woman.
Feeding tube placed in Missouri. She didn't have her Nissen funduplication done in Missouri.
Oh, you're right.
None of this was...
Oh, you just said the word she likes to hear. Miss Katie likes to hear she's right, and you just did it. Yes, oh ma'am, yes, oh ma'am, yes, oh ma'am, that's what you just did.
Because that's how they got transported over to Missouri. You're right.
All of it was done in Louisiana. So,
oh my goodness.
She done said you're right twice. Miss Katie is patting herself on the back. She's giving herself some claps. She's gloating right now. She's just glowing because she was right, and somebody else confirmed that she is right. Okay, because they were all done in Louisiana, right? Y'all just take a moment and think about this. If Miss Katie had y'all's information, your medical information, your history, how happy would you be? Now, y'all would not get entangled in Miss Katie. Y'all know better. But if she has it or had it, how would y'all feel? And to know that she's over here having TikTok lives, talking about your history, talking about your medical, talking about your past, talking about this, talking about that, how would you honestly feel? I mean, having real feelings yourself and having your own thoughts. Check inside yourself and you tell me how you would feel. I know how I would feel. Yep, all these light bulbs just went off in this woman's head.
So Gypsy made a point in her book to say, well, everyone says I didn't have that many procedures as an adult. She didn't.
Somehow or another, I just repeated that part and I didn't need to. My bad, guys. Let's go forward.
She didn't.
That never even clicked until now. You're right. Absolutely.
But in every documentary, they've never interviewed any of the doctors that put the feeding tube in.
And Miss Katie knows everything about documentaries. And she's saying this is missing, this is missing, this is missing, this is missing. Y'all should have hired Miss Katie.
And Dr. Steele doesn't have the records at all for why the feeding tube was placed.
So call out that doctor. Call him out. Call him out. I'm surprised you didn't set his first name yet.
He never got those records. They don't have anything, I think, beyond 99.
Hey, are those the only records you could get? Are those the only things you could find? Just asking for a friend.
He got like some of the records between 99 and 2005, but nothing before then.
Okay, so no more legal or no more medical records can be found before then. But they don't exist, do they? They would exist if Miss Katie had them. Miss Katie doesn't believe that things get washed away. Miss Katie don't believe that. So if Miss Katie can find it, Miss Katie's going to find it.
But again, see, that's interesting. Calling him out for what he is you contact that hospital. Dee Dee would have said, if we were taking Gypsy by her word,
contact that hospital, Dee Dee would have said, if we were taking Gypsy by her word.
And right now, you pretty much have to take Gypsy by her word. I'm just going to keep saying this because of one simple fact and a simple fact alone. Miss Katie was just fine with everything that was being said. She didn't question a lot of things as long as she was friends with them. The moment she was no longer friends with them, then there was a problem.
She would have said, this is where she's been seen, this is where it's been done, contact them. And that never happened. Just like the surgeries that she talked them into. You don't talk doctors and surgeons into surgery.
Hey, you know what? You can question a doctor about surgery and about if somebody needs surgery. You're able to talk to that doctor. There are so many parents out there that say, my child's this, my child did this. And they make doctors look into their claims. It happens. Not always surgery, but you know what? It happens.
You have to clinically qualify. You have testing done. To believe that a mom would bully her way and cry and
bully her way, cry and beg. I wish I had the videos of the time that Miss Katie was crying about her son. I wish I had those videos, because you cannot take one mom and shame one mom if you're doing it yourself. You shouldn't do that. That's my opinion, but you should not do that. I'm not going to criticize another mom with the way she did things. But you know what? Especially if I did the same things as she did. I'm not going to sit here and criticize them. That ain't nobody's place to do that when they should be talking about themselves.
beg is absolutely ridiculous.
There are some moms that have Munchausen's that do manipulate their kids and stuff like that, but
okay, some moms do that, right? And I'm sorry, if y'all aren't familiar with me, I can't stand it when she puts down any mom whatsoever at all. Doesn't matter if it's a bad mom or anything. I know there's some really, really, really bad moms out there, but when you make comparisons, that's when you get yourself in trouble. And I think that's what Miss Katie does, is she makes comparisons. And it just really frustrates me when she does that.
Gypsy's claim is that her mom starved her. She wasn't starving, and she said she was 92 pounds when she went to prison. That's fucking false.
Quit cussing. Quit cussing. If you get over here on YouTube and you hold this long of a live, which you don't do, and you don't go on for 7 hours straight on YouTube, then don't be over here on TikTok cussing and saying all these things. And you're doing it because they're a lot more loose about things than they are on YouTube. So I think TikTok is your safe place right now.
Her intake said she was 98 pounds. She's 4'11". That's normal.
98 pounds at 4'11" is normal. I don't know. Maybe Miss Katie looked that up. I'm not going to, but I'll tell you something. I don't use the word normal neither.
Right.
No matter how many times she says that she was malnourished, she wasn't malnourished.
Do you understand that you can weigh a certain weight and you can be missing a lot of vitamins in your body? That's what's happening to me. I am missing a whole bunch of vitamins because my body does not absorb them, okay? And there ain't nothing I can do about it.
Well, and another thing, and I know I've spoken on this before, so I have seizures. With her saying, oh, I didn't have seizures, I didn't need to be on the seizure medication. The thing is even whenever I switch to a new neuro.
Okay, go ahead and compare yourself to Gypsy. A lot of people do that, and that's perfectly fine.
I cannot even get prescribed my same medication or even any medication until they do a new EEG on me.
And just so you know, my son he'll share everything he wants to share about himself. He doesn't care, but yeah, he suffered silent seizures as well. Not as well, but he had seizures. You just couldn't see them.
And hers were always normal. She had one abnormal EEG.
Everything was always normal. No, wait, there was one not. I wish she would get her story straight before the words come out of her mouth.
But, I mean, if not, like...
Now she's stumbling over herself. It's not a good thing.
Epilepsy in children can also not carry over into adulthood.
See, told you she had her MD.
That's true.
Like, I know that some epilepsy doesn't, like adults can still have epilepsy, but a lot of kids can have seizures as children and never having a seizure as adults.
So now you're saying a lot of kids, a lot of people. Silent seizures exist. Seen them. Not always in a child.
I mean, and to be fair, like my son.
See? She gonna bring up her son. I bring up mine, like I said, but he's been on my channel several times and he tells me off. But yeah, she's gonna bring up her son, even though she says, nobody talk about my son because I haven't had my son on social media in a long time. I don't post his picture. I don't post nothing about my son. But look at her. Over on TikTok, she will say that. And I want to hear her on TikTok tell people, don't you say nothing about my son. Don't you be talking about my son. My son is not a public figure. You don't know anything about my son. Go ahead, carry that from YouTube and from Instagram. Carry it on over to YouTube. Because you know what? You're a hypocrite right now whenever you're talking about your own daggum son. Because you're blaming everybody else, but you ain't blaming yourself.
Has a condition where he could have seizures and he doesn't.
So that's what it is. I'm sorry, it frustrates me. But so that's what it is. He doesn't have seizures, so what about everybody else? What about other kids? Go ahead. Comparison is the worst thing you can do sometimes.
Because he has hydrocephalus. And children with hydrocephalus commonly also have seizures, and he's never had seizures.
Well, didn't you say in the beginning of this, don't compare Gypsy to, yourself? Don't compare yourself with your pregnancy and all that. Now listen to what you're doing. You mean old heifer.
But that doesn't mean he won't get them ever.
See, so he might not have them as a child, and you may get them whenever you're an adult. Like I said, mean old heifer telling about her son. She needs to shut it up.
It's just always a risk. And then she'll say, well, my mom was the only one that ever saw him. Well, if you lived alone with your mom, who else would have seen them?
That's a duh question. So what's the big deal? Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen in the Full House. Duh. That's a good show. It is. It's a good show.
That's true. Well, there's different types of seizures as well. Like there's nocturnal seizures. Those ones happen at night. There's absence seizures. Those ones are where the person basically blinks out in front of you. They're not responding, but it looks like they're gazing at something, but there's nothing there.
Well, I don't know all these different things about seizures and different names and things like that, so I'm keeping my dag-blame mouth shut. All I know is my son has silent seizures. He's had them since he was little.
And you could be talking to them, and they have no reaction to you. And then there's like the tonic-clonic, which is the classic,
Those are the silent seizures, right? Where
Ooh, silent seizure.
they're like really quiet, but they're, I know.
Yeah, the absence ones. Yeah. The tonic-clonic is like the classic shaking seizures that everybody knows about.
Okay, silent seizures that Jordan has are ones to where he doesn't shake or nothing like that, but you can see it like in his eyes. And he zones out, does not talk to you, will not talk to you, won't have anything to do with you, and you just have to sit there and you have to see what's going on. He's not able to actually express himself at all. You just have to realize by looking at him, this is what's happened. This is what's happening. I've had to do it since he was a itty bitty one. So yeah, some seizures do carry over, and I'm experienced with silent ones. Not really the other ones, but silent ones.
But there's multiple different types.
And I know that some of the munchie moms will say that they do the silent ones, right? That's their... But...
What are you trying to say? You calling me out? Woman, you calling me out? Oh, heck, no you don't. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. My son will get on here and tell you what he has. And you will call him a liar too? Are you calling me a munchie mom? I don't think so. You better rewind yourself, and you better go back to Blockbuster because that's where you belong right now. That tape ain't playing over here.
She was doing regular EEGs and the doctors were still prescribing. I was talking to a mom of a child that had epilepsy, and They thought it was weird that after a normal EEG, they would keep her on seizure meds.
Prevention? My son, prevention? I don't know if that's the case here, but prevention? You old hag.
Do you know what I find the weirdest about this? And I'm sorry to be fixated on the seizures, but it really drives a hole in my brain with this.
That's the reason why you're on with Miss Katie. That's why you're on with her. I'm not meaning to insult you, but obviously you haven't seen all the people on TikTok calling her out, just like on YouTube.
Why, when she went to the police station and she told them that she had seizures, I think she was trying to get out of the whole interrogation at first. But why is it whenever she told them that, they first blew it off?
A lot of people blow off the whole idea of a seizure. There are so many people that have told me Jordan hasn't had silent seizures. He's been hooked up to a lot of monitors with them all over his head and his chest and everywhere else. And guess what? Just guess what? He had them, and he has them sometimes.
Okay, fine, whatever. But then later on, they were like, well, we need to go get your medication levels checked. They went to the hospital, they checked them. Of course, they weren't normal. They gave her the medication.
Okay, so they weren't normal, and medication had to be given. I'm stuttering for a reason because I think something is like out there and just obvious, and they don't. It's weird to me. This is weird.
Well, whenever she came back, of course she's sleepy because if you don't normally take your seizure medication, it's going to knock you out. You're going to be exhausted. You're going to be tired. So she fell asleep that whole time during, waiting during the interrogation. And then she woke up and she started talking to them.
So she went from a seizure, she went tired, to taking her medicine, went to sleep, then she woke up. Kind of like, sisters are born, people sleep, and with any grace that there can be in this world, they wake up.
I don't think she realized she was going to be that drugged up during her interrogation after taking that seizure medication for not taking it for a little while.
Are you saying yourself that, she was on, medication for seizures, and it just so happened that maybe they messed with her just a little bit if she wasn't always taking them?
But why was the hospital okay giving her medication and then releasing her?
Because not all hospitals decide that they're going to keep a patient for it. If they are known to have, my opinion alone, my experience alone, when hospitals do that, if they look at you and you say there's a history of seizures, they will give you medication, especially if you have anything prescribed to you. And they cannot deny you things like that if you have a prescription for it. That's my opinion. That's in my experience. And that's all I can speak for is my experience.
Well, I don't know. They weren't
what? They weren't what? Because you're making a big pause after that.
I don't know.
I don't know. That's right. I don't know. It's a lot easier to say, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. People say I can't talk right. I can't talk right. I don't know.
When she was on meds with her mom, they checked her Tegretol levels and it was 0.
It takes a little while for medication to usually get out of your system, but sometimes certain medication runs through you faster than others. Did you just burp? Did you just burp? You unprofessional reporter, journalist, doctor. What else is she now? I can't keep up. Did she just burp? Oh, you nasty, nasty, nasty woman.
So they didn't.
With her mom?
Like the doctors, one of the doctors, the neurologist checked her levels.
Why are you still sniffling? I can't do it because I'm not sniffling. Why are you still doing that? Hadn't heard that in a little bit, so why are you doing it now?
For the meds in her system, and it was 0. Like, she wasn't taking the meds.
So then she clearly wasn't forced then either.
Yeah, so she wasn't forced to take medication at the time. Sometimes you can come off of medication for a short period if you need to. And I'm not speaking this to, defend Miss Gypsy. I'm just talking about my own dad blame experience. That's all I'm doing.
No.
That's interesting.
And she's like fixated on her mom saying that she had sleep apnea, but her mom, the medical records say hypoventilation, not sleep apnea.
Just read the medical records, I guess, Miss Katie. Just read the records. And you just put out there what you want to put out there from the records. That's going to be the easiest thing to say to her. It is. Just put out there whatever you want to put out there since you got the records, right?
Like a tantrum or a panic attack or something?
No, hypoventilation it's when you exhale and you can't exhale enough, and so you have too much carbon dioxide left in your lungs.
See, medical professional right there. She's going to explain it all to you.
Oh, okay.
And when you sleep, if you hypoventilate, you can actually, if you store too much in your lungs,
poisoning?
yeah, you can die.
Okay. Yep. Medical MD right there. Should tell you what can happen to you. I just, you know what? Bless you. Bless you, people. If you're still at this point of this video, bless you. Y'all, please go down there in that comment section and let me know you lasted this long. Let me know if you took a break and you came back. Just let me know that. Because this live is absolutely ridiculous. 100% ridiculous. Because when she has somebody else on panel, she ignores them comments, and it doesn't matter what her audience says. That's not... That's just the way she is. She's going to only be focused on what she wants to be focused on. And you don't see her or hear her in the comments going, okay, no, that's wrong. Don't talk to me about that. You do not hear that from her. And the reason why you do not hear that from her is because she's got someone that's a yes'em on panel with her.
She was an adult that went to the ER. Why did they take her to the doctor when she was arrested, though?
You know, sometimes they take you to the doctor if they think it's safer for you to have medical clearance. I watch enough 911 shows and all that where they say we have to get you cleared before we can take you to jail.
She told them she had a seizure disorder, so I can send you the clips. I literally saved it. I've watched those clips.
I know that she went because she had a hospital band on or whatever, but
do
like
that whenever it comes to Miss Katie, you're going to learn that. You are going to learn that. If you're going to be on panel with her, you're just going to have to learn. Don't you dare. Miss Katie knows what Miss Katie knows, and she will tell you the proof that she has.
I thought
so in the beginning, I truly think she thought she was going to get out of it. But when they first brought her in, she goes, and sir, I have medical conditions. And they said, okay, well, we'll let our medical staff know.
What would happen if you take somebody if a police, wherever, hold on, my dog is blind, and she gets herself worked up over her own shadow. And she gets herself worked up over, if you shut the door wrong. So, y'all hold on a second. Sorry, guys. My horses, family, kids, household, all that comes before this whole thing. So, I'm sorry. Please forgive me, and we'll just jump right back into this.
And then the next time they mentioned anything about that is when they were coming in to put the handcuffs on her. And they said, all right, we're going to take you to the hospital. We're going to get you checked out, and we're going to check your medication levels. Those were the officer's exact words.
Okay, so they were checking medication. Do you know how much trouble police officers get into? There was a case where somebody said they needed their medicine, and the police department wouldn't give them the medicine, best of my recollection, okay? But they didn't give her medication, and she was left in the cell, and something happened to her. Nobody wants that to happen. Nobody in a police department wants that to happen. You got to cover all your bases.
And then they took her, and then she comes back, and you can see where she has the tape and the gauze over her arm from, I guess, the blood draw. And then she has the hospital band on. And then later on in the interrogation,
y'all put pictures up. Come on, y'all two. Y'all are up here. Y'all put pictures up. No, you're not seeing nothing besides her mug, okay? That's all you're getting to see. But I'm just telling you, when people start saying certain stuff, they just need to put the proof up there. It's not, because a lot of people aren't reading the book, so how do we know what's truth and what's not the truth?
she tells an officer that's sitting there with her, I think it was the one that was talking to her about the sandwich or whatever. You can't see because they stayed out of view, but she tells him, yeah, I was tired because they took me to the hospital because I have a seizure disorder.
So she has a seizure disorder. Y'all wouldn't look at my son and think he does.
And they gave you my medication and it usually makes me sleepy.
But if you take a med normally, would it make you sleepy like that? If it
Yes. Yes. Yes.
becomes
No, it does not. Anytime I'm switched on medications, I can guarantee you, Katie, I have tried every seizure medication there is out there.
Okay, so now she knows more than Miss Katie. She knows more than Miss Katie about a subject. How dare she?
Every single one knocks you on your ass. Topamax is the worst.
I ain't gonna make a comment there. Not gonna make a comment. We leaving that out of there.
So it'll knock you on your ass. You'll get tired for like the first week, but then it levels out and you'll get normal to it. Like,
Malarkey. Malarkey. Malarkey.
used to it.
Do they give Topamax sometimes for migraines?
Yeah.
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 Think I got that for migraines once, and that would just always put me to bed.
So you're saying right now that it always puts you to bed and it puts you to sleep. It don't matter how much it's in your system. It don't. I mean, you can take it every single day and still pass out randomly. I get very, very tired sometimes, okay?
Dude, that one screwed me up.
I'd also get like shots of Demerol, but that's probably not for seizures. But
Well, Miss Katie, you need to look that up. You got your phone in front of you, don't you? Go over there and Google it and see what it's used for.
that would
Not that I'm aware of.
I haven't had a migraine since I had my son.
Were you about to say I haven't had a seizure? Is that what you were about to say and you had to correct yourself? Just wondering, just asking for a friend.
It was weird. I used to get them all the time before I had my child, and then I had my child. I never once got one after that. But
So that's a blessing. That is a blessing that happened to y'all. Do y'all feel like you're in the same room as me? Do you feel like you're just talking to me and me just running my jaws and y'all are just talking to me? I hope that's how you feel because that's how I feel. Yes, I talk to my friends like this. They just kind of let me go on and on and on and on and on. And they're like, Janet, eventually you're going to bing bong and you're going to realize you're talking about something that you weren't just talking about 2 minutes ago. They just sit back and laugh at me. What's bad is that's a lot of my friends. I feel bad for them now. No, I don't. No, I don't. That's the price of having me as a friend. I'm going to start on one subject and I'm going to bounce to another and then eventually I'm going to come back to that same subject. It's a stair and it's an elevator and then it's a stair.
Speaking of that, can we address this? She started complaining about her leg pain and her nerve pain after she got pregnant.
Hey, I got leg and nerve pain and I had it before and after I was pregnant.
I'm betting talk coins to anybody that wants to bet with me, even after she has the baby. She's going to complain that it never went away and she still has this leg pain, even though I believe she had it all along.
You know what? I have leg pain. I almost severed my sciatic nerve. And they didn't know what was going on for a long time. Had it before I was pregnant, while I was pregnant, after I got pregnant, before I was pregnant again, after I was pregnant. I've had it this entire time until they realized there's a reason why I had it. And then I ended up with back surgery. So, good, y'all too. Yeah, see, I get way too personal with y'all. Y'all need to step out of the room. Y'all need to go out of the room for a little bit, and y'all just need to let me just talk to myself. I've been doing this for way too long today.
oh yeah, she said her legs went numb.
Yeah.
I think she's always had that.
And I think the reason why she's always behind Ken is because whenever her legs are hurting, she cannot keep up. I'm like, girl, if you need the wheelchair, just ask Jeffree Star for it back.
What? Jeffree Star? Okay. That's not what... okay.
Like, just get it. Use it. It'll help you.
Well,
if you have a disability, take the accommodations that you need and quit trying to deny it.
They don't always give you the devices that you need. You just kind of have to deal with it sometimes.
Right. That's where she's at right now. She's in denial.
So are you. You're in denial that you're not obsessed with this woman. My opinion alone.
Like, if you read there's a weird chapter in the book. It's like an intermission where it's all about her medical records.
Told you she knows this book inside and out. Don't you dare let her say that she just skimmed this book. She didn't skim daggum crap. She didn't even skim the milk, okay? It's all 100%.
And it's basically just her trying to address the negativity online about her medical records.
Kind of like the negativity you're giving people and you're giving her. You call out so many people and don't even realize you're calling them out just because you're trying to apply it to one person.
And her acting like she knows better than everyone, but it's clear she didn't.
You act like you know better than everyone, mean old heifer. Listen to you on this.
Actually read any of them.
Oh, the picture where she's sitting on the floor looking out at all of the case files?
Well, just imagine Miss Katie doing that. Just imagine Miss Katie. I'm sure you can imagine Miss Katie Joy doing that, sitting in the floor, evaluating everything that she has in front of her to see what she can make stick and what she can't.
Well, no, but this is in her book. And so she's talking about, I looked in there and I saw that I did have a chromosome deletion. And I was like, wait, whoa, this is true.
So she went back and she looked at her medical records and she realized that she did have something. What in the crap am I missing in this whole entire life? What am I missing? Because I don't even see a point in half the stuff she even talks about anymore.
So I do have this. And then I decided that's what my mom used as a roadmap. And it doesn't make sense because if her mom didn't know about it before 2011, she couldn't have fucking used it as a roadmap.
Watch your language. Quit it. Because of you, I can't allow people to be in the same, or kids to be in the same room as their parents. Watch your language. It's not necessary. You don't get on your YouTube channel and say stuff like that, now do you? Nope, you don't do that in a video, so stop it.
Roadmap to say you had all of these things.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the book, for the first time, she finally says, oh, I actually do have an eye condition and I did need those surgeries, where before she said that she didn't need those surgeries.
Okay, so do you ever go back through your medical records and go, oh, yep, that happened. Yep, that happened. I do that a lot with my own sons. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that happened. I'm pretty sure they did this. I'm pretty sure of that. There's just so many records I can't keep up sometimes, and I'm getting old and I forget them. I'm glad he doesn't.
She said seizures did it in one interview, and I was like, my face doesn't look like that.
No, that was Rod. And I swear to God, Rod is so ignorant.
Don't you be swearing to God. Don't you dare. And don't you call other people ignorant. Some people call you ignorant. Don't you call anybody else ignorant.
I'm also convinced that Rod doesn't want to actually accept the fact that she's disabled because then he would think he did something wrong.
Do you know that for a fact? You're just saying you think that. I think a lot of things about you, woman. I do, but I always tell everybody it's my opinion and my opinion alone. I think you just want to be closer to this family than what you are, and I think that you just got a little bit of bone in you for you not being still as close to them, because just imagine, if you were still close to Christy and all them, just imagine if you were, think about how much more content you would have. And I think that's why you don't like other people, and you call out other people about, what they say in regards to this case, because you want to still have everybody thinking that you know everything. The problem is information that you have from the past, there might be more juicier information now in the present or in the future. You're just missing out on it. You can't say that you're the number one contact for it anymore, now can you?
Because it's like Nellie.
She wasn't around?
No, because Nellie from the neighborhood, she's in the chat right now, but Nellie from the Bayou who grew up with
You hear that? That's a flex. She's in the chat right now. Go ahead. That's a flex for her. I'm gonna show you something that you don't know. I got all these contacts in there waiting for me. Yeah, they're just gonna wait patiently behind while Miss Katie is up here, and she's just giving her opinion. Mm-hmm.
Dee was talking about sort of there's this like mindset down there with like that it's shameful for people to have children with disabilities because they feel like it's like
I'm from the South, and I don't feel no shameful. I don't feel shame. I don't feel shameful. I don't feel none of that stuff. I'm proud to have my son. Ya witch!
like there's something wrong with them.
So is Nellie the one from the last interview? Because she's the one that helped solidify my faith
Nellie
that Claude
Billy's
hadn't done
Funhouse.
anything.
Why are y'all talking over each other? Stop it! Just stop it! Let one talk, then you talk. Let one talk, and then you talk. Quit talking over each other. It gets annoying. Stop!
She helped solidify like the whole Claude thing because I was like, I don't think he did it. And then when she got up there and she was talking about it, I was like, proof, thank you.
Proof, because somebody was talking. That's proof right there. Y'all don't take anything I say as fact. Y'all don't take anything I say as proof because it ain't jack squat.
Yeah. But Nellie was talking about how in that area there's a lot of shame and they like some people will just like stick their kids in homes because they don't want to accept the fact that they're sick.
That's going back in time because that's what people back in time used to do. They couldn't handle it and they couldn't deal with it. So this day and age, what are you supposed to do? You don't lock your kid around away this day and age. You don't do it. You take care of your kid because you produce that child.
Or that they have disabilities. And they just like tell people to like just suck it up and like you need to be harder on your kid. No problem, Nellie. She said I can't come up. But
oh, the heart breaks because Nellie can't come up. So we just have to take Miss Katie's word that Miss Nellie was going to come up. And she couldn't come up and be a yes'um for Miss Katie. Miss Katie needs them yes'ums. So no, it wasn't okay.
like that made me feel like, you know, they're in such denial.
You and Missy, ma'am, were in denial about these people even wanting to talk to you, and you were in denial about you really wanting to be part of that family and that conversation again. I think that's why you keep bringing up Bree all the time.
About it. So yeah, I mean,
some people do feel that way in the bayou or not in the bayou. Like anytime I feel like something's wrong, I'm like, what did I do wrong?
You can ask yourself what you did wrong whenever it comes to your child, but you know what? After so long, you realize that your child is perfect exactly the way your child is, and that you can't expect anything else out of them, because if you sit around with all these if, ands, and what abouts, then your child is going to feel that. Your child is going to be like, hey, you know, obviously there's something wrong with me because my mom thinks she did something wrong. And most of the time when a kid just gets the feeling that a mom did something wrong, a kid will turn around and go, well, how is this my fault? I'm here, so how is this my fault? That's malarkey is what that is.
You know?
Well, I had a hard time when my son was, you know, he has medical conditions, and I think it's hard on moms because we're blamed for everything. Like,
who blames? They only blame you if you've done certain things during your daggum pregnancy. That's when people blame you. Not one person has blamed me for my son. Not one person. That matters. And that wasn't just trying to be evil. Yeah, I've had it happen, but they're just evil people, you know, because they don't understand. They called him artistic and not autistic. So people like that, yeah, they have an issue with them. But normal people, they don't blame the parents when something like that happens. They don't, unless you did something wrong during your pregnancy. If you did no things during your pregnancy, yeah, you're going to get blamed. That's my view on it, and that's just me expressing myself. It's all my opinion.
Yeah, because we hold and preserve the baby for 9 months.
Yeah, and so everyone blamed me.
Maybe people blamed you because of who you are and how much you talk about it now. and how you always complain about it, and how you always want to make your son's story the most prominent one there is. Maybe that's why people blame you.
Like,
Are you kidding me?
Like, my haters to this day will say you drank alcohol, it's your fault.
You know, people call you out on the things that you did. I don't know if you drink alcohol when you were pregnant. I don't know. It ain't none of my daggum business. But I sure as heck ain't going to blame you if you didn't do something wrong during your pregnancy. Because when you're pregnant, you know there's certain things you do and what you don't do.
I'm like, I didn't drink alcohol. Like, that's
No,
not
absolutely not. All of
Why are you laughing about that? If somebody accused me of that, I wouldn't laugh. Oh heck no, you're not gonna make me laugh that somebody thinks I messed up my kid. You ain't gonna get me laughing.
that would not come from alcohol.
right. Like, and they'll say he has fetal alcohol syndrome. I'm like, no, he doesn't. Like, no.
Who's been saying that to her? I haven't heard people saying that to her. Maybe I just don't pay attention to everything, but I haven't heard many people saying that crap to her.
No.
Quit laughing about it. Quit laughing. It's not funny.
You can actually diagnose that by looking at a brain.
Really? Point out the obvious, genius. My son says that. Genius?
I don't think they know that, but
So I have a question too, speaking of the alcohol. And do you think that time when Gypsy went out with her cousins drinking, do you think she drank while pregnant unknowingly?
So you're posing that question to Miss Katie. What do you think? Go ahead. What do you think that she's going to say? What you think she's going to say? You think it's going to be derogatory, or you think it's going to be positive?
she wasn't pregnant.
She wasn't pregnant at that time? Okay.
No.
And then my next question is how easy was it for her to actually quit smoking whenever she found out she was pregnant?
Okay, so now then it was, first it was drinking, now it's smoking. Okay, let's see what else.
I honestly don't know.
And do we know if she did quit smoking?
She says she did, but she lies about everything.
So does Miss Katie half of the time. So when you can't trust one hangs out with another.
That's true. Figured I would take a shot and ask.
But I honestly don't know how much she actually smoked to begin with. Like, I'm not sure.
So maybe you shouldn't be asking that question to Miss Katie and her answering it like she knows something.
I didn't really talk to her about like smoking or whatever.
Yeah, you just talked to her about all the personal things, right? Everything else personal in her life. That's what you talked about, woman. You crazy woman. There's something wrong with you.
No, but you can see it in like some of the Lifetime. She's smoking in the car with Ryan. She's got, the vape thing, the vape box or whatever
A vape. It's a vape. That's what it is. It's a vape. It's a vape.
they call it. I don't know.
She told me she quit. But, I mean, if you want to get conspiratorial.
No conspiracy stories. No, ma'am. I did one a long time ago and people told me I shouldn't be doing that. So I'm going to tell y'all you shouldn't be doing that.
And people keep saying her bump is small. Smoking while pregnant contributes to low birth weight.
Praying mantis. That's what you are. You're a praying mantis. Because you're sitting here talking about birth weight and you're talking about somebody's pregnancy. Do you understand you can be overweight and you can be pregnant and nobody can tell if you're doing anything to that baby? You understand that? Because, yeah, unfortunately, that's in my life. I've known someone like that. But, I mean, come on now.
That's true. I posted a thing. If you smoke, this is what's going to happen to your child, because she's pretty calm for quitting smoking while pregnant.
Okay, so there's a lot of people that get pregnant and don't even know they're pregnant until it's time for the pregnancy test to come up. I mean, there's people that, kind of drink in the beginning of their pregnancy because they don't know they're pregnant. It's not like, bam, you get pregnant and bam, you know it. You don't know that, at least I didn't know that. I don't think a test will show you that fast, will it?
Yeah.
For everything that I've seen her in, you know?
Another question, yes, I interrupted at that time. Another question is, how many kids are conceived while drinking? Question. No implication. We're not talking. But question.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm a mom. I'm a child of a smoker and a drinker. You know, like.
So does that mean that you turned out wrong? Does that mean that since she was a smoker and a drinker, you think there's something wrong with you? Are you giving an excuse for the things wrong with you? Just wondered.
Back in the 70s, doctors are like, yeah, it's fine. Have a glass of wine. Smoke a cigarette. I think I blame the fact that I have asthma and allergies on that, but what do I know?
Yeah.
So drinking can give you asthma or give your kid asthma. Smoking can give your kid asthma. Why do I got asthma? My mama never did smoke or drink with me whenever she was pregnant. I know that for a fact. Now I know that for an absolute fact. Why do I have asthma? I don't know.
But
Plus, if that's the reason why I couldn't run in high school and whenever I was playing basketball and all that, and I was for physical exertion asthma, do you not think I wouldn't have gone after that woman? What'd you do to me while you were pregnant? What'd you think? What are you thinking? What'd you do? I'd be questioning her 100%. But you know what? My doctors told me it's because of me, and it's because of my lungs, and it's because of how, my body handles things. That's what I was told. But I guess Miss Katie was told something else. Told you I get too personal. Y'all just leave the room. Just leave the room, or just exit this video. Just exit the video. Make it a lot easier on yourself, because I tell you way too darn much.
I don't know how much she actually smoked to begin with. I really don't know. But yeah, my mom smoked with me and I was small. I mean, small for...
I had almost a 10-pound baby, and then I had about an 8-pound baby. Almost. I'm rounding them. But you know what? It just so happened that that's the way they came out. That's not small. I wonder how much Miss Katie weighed and how much and what she thinks is small. That's my question.
Full term, I guess. I was 7 pounds.
She was 7 pounds. My child was 8-ish. Almost. That's all I'm going to tell you. But yeah, so 7 or 8 pounds, is that small? Or is that going rate? I don't know. The doctor never told me my kid was small.
2 ounces.
That's a good size.
Well,
See, I didn't drink or smoke with mine.
Don't you dare say that Miss Katie came out a decent size when she just told you she was born small. No, ma'am. You have been on this panel how long now? You ought to know the rules.
and most of my cousins were like 9 pounds or 8 pounds. Like my brother and I were the smallest of all of the grandkids.
So because you were born small, your mama had to do something wrong while she was pregnant, right? 2 kids, same birth rate. Then what's my issue? Because I got one that was born, a linebacker, and one that was born more like the kicker. I mean, that's what I was told. That's what I was told. I don't know. There's no beef with nobody. I don't want none of that crap. But I'm telling you what I was told.
I know it's normal, but it was not normal for our family. Like most of the kids in our family that were born were like between 8 and 10 pounds.
No. Hey, babies. Babies! I don't know what they're barking at. Most likely the horses, because they're at the front door, and it's most likely a horse. But you know what? Kids in my family were born on the smaller side, but yet they shot up really, really tall. Jordan, he came out tall.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, my son was premature.
Does that mean you smoked or did something wrong? Is that what you're trying to insinuate? No, that's not what you're insinuating. And so you might as well just keep it out your mouth.
This was this was 46 years ago.
Oh, so she's saying that 46 years ago. Okay.
We're not talking about today.
Yeah, audience, we're not talking about today, day and time. I may be discussing it today, at this date and time, but I'm not talking about when it was. So y'all don't even start.
We're not talking about today. I was born in 1978. I'm an old lady.
An old lady too. But you know what? I'm younger than she is. I got one brag, right?
My son was 5 pounds, 10 ounces, but he was only born at 35 weeks.
You know what, woman? Don't talk about your son no more. Or don't you get on to anybody else about talking about your son. Don't do it, because you do it more on TikTok than ever.
But my doctor said that if I would have been full term, he probably would have been 8.5, 9 pounds.
Okay, 8.5, and you were born 8, and that's small. Okay, duly noted.
He was tiny though.
Which prematures are, usually, normally.
So I'm probably going to get mom shamed. My child was a month and a half early. I didn't smoke. I didn't drink. I'm not lying to you. He was only 4 pounds.
Why would you get mom shamed if something happens during your pregnancy and you deliver earlier? Why would you get mom shamed? What kind of mom or what kind of person is shaming you for that? If your baby needs to come early, your baby needs to come early. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm different. I don't care. But whenever it comes to kids and moms, I'm very protective of everybody, it seems. Maybe I just need to hush.
That
If he was a
pretty
month
hard.
and a half early, he would have been 34 weeks.
Yeah, he was 4 pounds, and that was really hard.
Well, I just said my son was.
Yeah, she just said it, and she's going to tell you again. You should have been paying attention the first time.
35 weeks and 5 pounds, 10 ounces. So
You could literally hold them like one hand, and it was insane.
I couldn't imagine it. I couldn't imagine it whatsoever at all, and I'm not going to pretend like I could.
Some people just have peanuts.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I had a peanut, that's for sure.
my son was only 17 inches long.
Come on, let's get in a competition here. We need to be in a competition. Miss Katie's child and this other child. We got a competition going on now.
See, I don't remember that.
My son has growth hormone deficiency, so he was tiny. Like, I had a friend that had a baby the same time, same week gestation, and her child was 21 inches. And I was like,
Quit talking about your son. You always get mad when somebody talks about your son because you ain't posted it in how many years, a photo or nothing. Quit talking about him, and other people won't talk about him. Leave him out of it. I'll leave my youngest out of this. You leave your child out of this. My oldest, he's of age. Yeah, he don't care. He's the one that told me to post his story when I first began this daggum channel.
Like,
what the fuck? My son is super short. And then it was like,
are you criticizing your son right out of the womb? Is that what you're doing? I never said what the fudge. Never said that. I'm not speechless. I just have way too many bad things to say, and I ain't gonna say
we found out at 3 months he didn't have growth hormone in his body.
Is that when everything went wrong for you? Is 3 months in? Asking for a friend.
He said my baby was born 3 pounds and 9.5 ounces. I was in a NICU where there was a baby across the hall from us that was 22. Was she 22 weeks?
Yeah, see, it's a competition. It's competition now. You started it, that building. Ding! It's competition.
She was 1 pound, 10 ounces.
Oh my goodness. Do you think Gypsy will probably try to induce her child early, or do you think she will actually allow the child to go full term?
What kind of question is that? What kind of question? Oh, okay, we'll just see what Miss Katie has to
From
say.
the term that she believes that it is?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's the answer you're supposed to give when you don't know.
I don't know, but I think the baby's going to be small.
She don't know, but she thinks the baby's gonna be small. So she does know then, right?
I think she's going to probably give birth anywhere between December 13th through the 22nd of December. I don't think she's going to go till January for some reason.
Yeah, it was close. They were close. Almost there.
I think she'll go all the way to January.
Oh my goodness gracious, Miss Katie, did you just get something else wrong? Did you? Just get something else wrong? You did. You did.
I know people say that she's not pregnant. She is pregnant.
Well, at least she got one thing right. At least one thing.
She is. She absolutely is, you guys.
I know people say that she's not due in January. She is.
She's due in January? Okay. Didn't know that. So that means she delivered early then, right? If she's due in January, she delivered a little early. Oh, well.
It hasn't changed. Her due dates the whole time has been January 22nd.
That would have mean that this baby is almost a month early, right? Because wasn't this baby born on the 28th? Wasn't she? I think so.
I am wondering if she's going to do a C-section.
The things Miss Katie wonders about. I wonder about what it's like to be Miss Katie.
Just to be vain, or?
I don't know.
Miss Katie is doing things just to be vain, okay?
I thought it was weird when Ken was like, Nick y'all asked the dumbest question. Are you going to be down there when the baby's pushed out? Like, what are you, a bro?
Oh my gosh. The things she thinks about. I don't want to think about any man and where they're at in the hospital room. I don't want to think about that because ain't none of my business. And it's not a view that I want to sit here and I want to just think about, okay? I saw my own. I don't even think about anybody else's.
Like, do you really want to see it coming out there? Like, what the fuck, Nick?
What? Nick? What? I'm lost.
Oh, that's funny.
I think it's hilarious that she's gone to his podcast. I mean, I don't think she knows that he's a dipshit. Like,
who are you calling that? Who are you calling that? I just have to throw my head back in and laughter. She's always describing herself. She always is. People just got to catch it.
nobody from The Bachelor likes him and he's a piece of shit. Does she know that about him?
Well, since you're informing her, I guess she's supposed to know that about him.
Like that he has a terrible reputation.
So do you. People just don't do enough research for it.
I just and I think I realized it after you had said that they won't work with anybody that won't see both sides.
Miss Katie doesn't see both sides, but people want to work with her, right? This family wants to work with her, right? Somebody didn't do their investigating. Just Miss Katie does the investigating. No, it doesn't seem like most people have, though.
As opposed to just seeing the truth or, looking at the information. But now it kind of explains why there's some of these one-off, either companies or...
What the crap are they talking about? It went from Gypsy to companies. What am I missing? What in the world? I think I've left my booties on too long. This is just cracking me up.
Podcasts or even the news groups that are giving interviews to her. But Rolling Stones, she literally killed my childhood.
What? Rolling Stone. So she got an article in Rolling Stone. We just went from babies, the ounces of babies, the pounds of babies. We just went from that to Rolling Stone. And I ping pong a lot.
Why did Rolling Stones give her an interview?
Because they're Rolling Stone. They'll cover anything.
Oh my goodness.
It's topical. They don't care.
As being part of the 7M and 7M video, right? Or movie or whatever it was, right? They should just interview you since they interview just anybody.
Oh my goodness.
It's topical. They don't care.
You care about the topic. That's all you care about, not the people, the topic.
I was disappointed in their coverage. I thought the LA Times did a better job. The LA Times didn't really buy into her bullshit.
But you did for how long? How many years did you buy into it? How many? And now all of a sudden you're not? You get more cha-ching by not, right?
I mean,
the one with the two women?
No, the LA Times, the headline was like, Gypsy Rose Blanchard says she'll be a good mother, even though.
Earlier, didn't we say something about, what is the title? And she wouldn't say the title. And now she's saying the title. So why would she not say it earlier, but she's saying it now? It's because somebody is on panel to go, ding dong.
She killed her own.
Oh, I missed that one.
That was the headline. Or
That's scrapbook worthy.
All right, guys, my camera went dead again. So let me just say, I think I got about 20 minutes left in this. And so before I go up and get all my cow outfits, all my cow pullovers out of the washer, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to finish this. My little feet conditioning thing is all done. So I'm going to finish this and then we're going to go on and let me edit this, which is going to take a while. So, yeah.
And they didn't really like when she would say something, it was like she alleged.
Yeah.
You better put in there alleged. Anybody who says something, they better say alleged, right?
They denied.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the article wasn't like the salacious headlines like.
See, Miss Katie wants everything to be one of these big, huge, blow-up things that she can talk about, right? And she don't always get that option. So if there's another story she can criticize or another columnist she can criticize, she's going to do it.
Gypsy Rose chained to her bed. Like, it wasn't even like that.
Yeah, see, it wasn't sensational enough for Miss Katie to care.
Yeah, that was great.
So I was surprised, and somebody had mentioned dieting more the whole time. So the thing is
dieting more? Is that what she said? Dieting more the whole time? Maybe I misheard that.
physicians usually tell you if you're pregnant, don't start any strenuous exercises or workouts that you're not used to. So I kind of found it odd that she began a workout.
Well, you're correct on what I was told anyways by my doctor, so I have no arguments there.
An exercise like routine with Ken after she got pregnant, but it wasn't on her mind before she got pregnant.
You know what? Some people like to start working out and doing a little light exercise because they know they're going to lose their bodies during pregnancy. Some people get it back and some of us don't.
It's because Ken's girlfriend was blonde and tall and thin.
So we're right back to this. We're right back to the girlfriend. You see that? It's like subject, boop, boop, elevator, stairs. So it's just stair, elevator, stair. We making a circle to all these different floors.
So was she worried about getting frumpy, or?
I think she thinks that Ken is going to leave her if she's fat.
If she's fat. So what is the weight that is considered fat? I need to know this because I don't call myself fat. People in my life don't call me fat. So, yeah, I don't know what the ideal weight is. I don't know. What does Miss KT say that, the word fat should be used with?
And getting pregnant made her feel like she was going to get fat as opposed to already looking at herself and being like, I'm not comfortable with this.
You know what? Some people, whenever they get pregnant, they're not comfortable with it. Me, I was comfortable with it. I knew each time I was going to gain weight. I knew it. And I knew I was a lazy little bumper because all I did was I played with horses.
Well, I think she just is obsessed with the being thin thing because she spent a lot of time in her book talking about how fat her mom was.
Once again, I want to know what did she say fat in her book? Did she say fat? Or is that something that Miss Katie Joy is using? Huh? Y'all help me with that one.
I thought that was really weird.
Weird. Weird is her word this time. Weird.
Yeah, and also talking about the lady that had the folds, the one that would play with her own excrements.
Ew. Ew. Why bring that up? Ew. Why bring that up? Doofuses.
Was that in her book?
Yeah, that was in her book. This new one that came out, yeah, she was talking about this woman that was playing with her excrements that
Ooh, something Miss Katie didn't know. Uh-oh, she just got schooled.
she got stuck in a jail cell with. And this woman also had folds where like her sweat and bacteria would like just stay and sit, and she had to smell that the whole time.
Why even say this stuff? What are you getting out of it? Why are you saying this stuff? Why are people listening to this stuff? Why do people tune into this stuff? Is it just drama related?
That part stuck with me.
Oh, so the nastiness stuck with you. That's what stuck with you, just the nasty.
That's how vain she is.
Who's vain? Who's vain? Who you talking about? Yourself? I got a mirror. Look, I got a mirror. Somebody? Make sure Miss Katie holds it up.
Good, she deserved that.
Like,
Doodle on the walls.
Is that Mr. Todd talking in the background? Is that him? I'm just wondering because I can't tell if that's him or not.
What did he say?
there was doo-doo on the walls.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Yeah. Did he catch that part?
Do you remember when Michael Jackson got arrested and he had to go into jail and he was...
Now they're on to Michael Jackson. Now let's see how much they put him down. Let's see how much they call him out.
the holding cell and he was like talking on an interview and he goes, and there was doo-doo on the walls.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. So we're not going to sit here and we're not going to degrade him. That's a good thing. Mm-hmm. That's a good thing.
That makes more sense now. But yeah, no, I think that's probably where Gypsy got it from then, because she goes into this whole thing.
Well,
like,
no.
So that couldn't happen in prison? I mean, somebody couldn't do that in prison just because they wanted to do that? Huh. Man, I don't know Jack Squat no more.
She talks about her mom's weight. And like the only weight that her dad would have ever been interested is because she lost 200 pounds. I mean, like, what does that say about Rod?
Okay, so how much does she weigh if she lost 200 pounds and you're still calling her a big woman? Well, give me numbers here. Give me numbers because I want to know what's in your mind about being big.
That's
but
not...
Dee Dee was beautiful whenever at Christy's wedding. Did you see that photo of her in the satin dress?
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
She was gorgeous.
Miss Katie probably won't admit that she was gorgeous.
And then she's talking about her mom, about how fat she is and how she had type 2 diabetes.
See, Miss Katie is still stuck on how fat she is. Why do you be talking about somebody's body size? Pay attention to your own body size. Ugh.
She's going into depth about how ill her mom is and how much time her mom spent sleeping.
Okay, maybe she needed to sleep. One, make a point.
And you really want me to believe that she was controlling your every move, Gypsy?
I thought we were just talking about feces. Now we're on to a different subject. Now don't y'all say jack squat to me anymore about me bouncing from one thing to another, because that's what they doing.
The way you described it is she literally spent days in bed and never got out.
I've done that before. It's called depression. So yeah, I've done that.
A bed. And you were a prisoner?
And that's what I think some people don't realize whenever they're talking and making fun of some people's weight. It's like,
yeah, y'all are talking about weight. Y'all are talking about fat. That's what you're doing. You're talking about weight. So don't put that on anybody else. Put it on yourself. It's mirror time.
There's things people can't control, and you don't realize what they're actually going through in their life. So I don't realize why it's a topic for them.
Why is it a topic for you right now? Huh? Why is it a topic for you? Because y'all are making it a topic is what you're doing.
When they don't know what medical conditions they're going through, like having a thyroid issue.
Yep, my thyroid went bad. Yep. That's me right now. Yeah. Why do I keep sharing this stuff with you? Y'all go out the room. Go out the room. Jen's not talking about this no more. Y'all go out the room.
I can make you gain weight. Guess what?
Well, she had a heart condition, and she had, like, you could tell that she had lymphedema from it.
I don't have lymphedema, but I got a heart condition. See, y'all out the room. Go out the room. Because I still got this problem of talking. I think I've told y'all most of everything about me anyways. But still, when I start talking about myself, y'all go out the room. Just go out the room. My kids ain't even in my room. Y'all go out the room.
Well, that's another thing. What if it was too painful for her to even get up and exercise? Some people go through that.
Yeah, especially somebody who has their ankles bruising just automatically because, I didn't take care of myself.
She had a shattered, when they got into that car accident when she was with her mom, she shattered her lower leg completely.
Oh my God.
Is that a newsflash? Because this woman doesn't seem like she knows this. So is that something that you obtained through the book or somewhere else? I'll lose count with you. I'll lose track with you. I'll lose all of that stuff. Because I don't know what is what.
Goodness.
Like, every bone in her lower leg was shattered. That's why she had a script for Vicodin.
Here we are talking about their medicine again. Leave their medicine alone. Don't you become a pharmacist too. You quit that. She got another degree. Now she got another degree.
And I don't care what anybody says. Whenever you break something, it doesn't matter if it heals. You still get residual pain from it.
Yep, or when you pinch a nerve. When you pinch a nerve, you get residual pain for the rest of your life.
And so she had an open script, but she didn't use it all that often, she said.
See? Why you in that person's medicine cabinet? Why ain't you anywhere beside your own daggum house? Why ain't you just in your house? Woman, stay in your house. That's what you seem to do because you don't pop that bubble.
Dee Dee, yes. She was in like a wheelchair for a while. But her neighbor said that she was wheelchair bound for the most part. So Gypsy wants us to believe that her mom was beating her when her mom was spending all this time in bed.
Yeah, well, you know what? Sometimes people get out of bed. All right, some people get out of bed, and most people will get out of bed and just suffer through the pain to go to the bathroom at least. Goodness gracious.
But then also saying that my mom was bipolar and schizophrenic and heard voices and saw shapes and like.
What you saying? What you saying? I can't relate, but what you saying? You down in somebody else? Is that what you're doing?
Y'all, real quick, there's like a good amount of people in here. I'm shocked we only have 44K for Miss Katie Joy.
Oh, you gotta shout out Miss Katie. Shout out Miss Katie. You know what? Some people just don't like her. Quit trying to influence people. Quit. Just leave people alone. Leave them alone.
Because she does phenomenal work and she really puts effort into this.
Or she just runs her mouth about, somebody she's been talking to for the past, 5 years? Maybe that's what she's doing. Maybe she's just digging on people, and maybe she's just running her mouth, because Lord knows that's what I'm doing.
If we can just tap, like if you're not napping, please be tapping, because it really helps support our creators.
Our creators. So are y'all in a group now? Y'all in a group? Because there's an anti-KJ group, just so you know.
I appreciate it if you would.
Oh, and Blocked by Katie Joy. We got that one too.
Don't be shy with the diamonds either.
You money-hungry little heifer. That's all it is. You want to see how much money you're getting over there, because on one live you were talking about only getting like $31 or something, and you were live for all these hours. Just my memory. It may not be right, but that's what I think, my opinion. I think that's what you did, and you were upset about it.
Okay, but she was talking about how ill her mom was at the end. And so like...
Our mama was ill at the end. Okay.
Like,
But then she's also saying, my mom had type 2 diabetes.
Type diabetes. Did you lose what kind of symptoms she had or what kind of illness she had? I think you lost it. I think you lost it there for a couple of minutes.
But what can you expect from a lady that lived on
What, meds? Meds? You gonna say meds?
like Pepsi and something else?
Oh, okay. You didn't even say meds. You're sitting here talking about other things that she's on. I guess you're trying to insinuate that's why she got big, right?
Like,
But did you see that? I don't recall who posted it. I'll have to tag you in it. They show the transformation of Dee Dee throughout the years.
Don't be tagging Miss Katie in anything, because anything you tag her in is just, it's open things that she can use. She's going to use anything she can because she needs this content. Even when she's on, I don't see how she lasts for 7 hours, 5 hours on TikTok Live. Man, doing this, I had to take breaks all the way through it because I would have gone insane if not.
And saying, look, she's basically setting her child up for life for her child to ultimately take her out. But you can tell how sick she starts getting and when she starts getting sick.
Did she just say so her child can take her out? Is that what she said? Did I just hear that right? I think I heard that right. Did you just have a premonition that's what was going to happen?
And as the pictures go, you can really tell as she starts getting sick, and it's heartbreaking to see.
Heartbreaking to see, but yet you're calling her DEAD and you're not having any kind of respect for her, right?
Because she truly became, I believe she became incapable.
Go ahead, say something. Go ahead and say something. Make sure it's not derogatory, though. Just be nice.
Of doing things for her own, and it was up to Gypsy to actually take care of her. And I think it got to the point where Gypsy wasn't taking care of Dee Dee, and after not taking care of her for a couple of days, I think that's when she decided, you want to know what?
Yeah, you're just going to sit here and you're going to assume and you're going to make conspiracy theories. Okay, duly noted.
Let's set this into action right now because I just don't want to deal with it anymore.
There's a lot of things people don't want to deal with, but you know what? There's not conspiracy theories out there saying they're going to do this and they're going to do that to their family member.
Well, I think Gypsy was addicted to opiates too.
Woman! You need a mirror is what you need. You need a daggone mirror. That's what you need right now.
Like,
and I ain't insinuating anything. I'm saying years ago that's what was being said about I can't help nothing else. That's all you get.
She talked heavily about, all of these different pills and drugs she was taking, like...
Quit talking about all the meds she's taking. It ain't none of your daggone business.
Leading up to it and then even after it. But I'm still shocked they found nothing in her system.
So see, you're saying that she took all these meds, right? That's what you're saying. She had all this medication, but yet they found nothing in her system. Man, oh howdy, you know exactly what medication she's on. Why didn't you know she didn't have that in her mouth and swallow it? Why didn't you know that? You ought to know everything.
I've never seen a single record that actually shows what was in her system.
Yeah, so you know what? You have to prove something to Miss Katie before she believes it. Yeah, Miss Katie's the only one allowed to say stuff and get questioned on whether or not it's fact or not, and she don't like being questioned on it. So she just says what she wants to say, and then she asks people if they think she's stupid. Yeah.
Have you?
I'm going to have to look for it.
Let's go digging. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go digging for info.
I've never seen a single record from the jail. That's never been released that I know of.
Yeah, if Katie don't know, you don't know.
If it has been, it's folklore.
Yeah, see, it's not fact. It's not fact at all because Miss Katie don't know.
I'm going to have to look through everything that I've saved. And then I'm going to start tagging. If you start seeing me pop up, it's because I'm tagging you and things.
Yeah, tag Miss Katie and everything so it becomes her content and not yours.
It wouldn't be something that would be released unless it was...
Gypsy allowed it to be?
Yeah.
So see, it wasn't even released, but, if somebody else has it, Miss Katie wants it.
Fancy doesn't have it.
Oh, Fancy ain't got it. It don't exist.
I have access to but the medical records, and it's not in there.
Oh, she just admitted it. The previous video I did, somebody told me that the medical records was given to her. And so Miss Katie knows what Miss Fancy has. And let me tell you, you done dug yourself in that one. Not in there.
Okay.
Can I ask how Fancy got the medical records?
From Christy and Tatiana.
So they
There you go. It solved how Miss Fancy got them, and so it goes on to how Miss Katie got them.
actually gave them to her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Christy gave them to everyone.
Then did Christy give them to you? Are you part of everyone, or did you have to get them from somebody else? Huh? You part of everyone? Is that what you're claiming? But you gotta have to get them from someone else. See how your words don't make no daggum sense half the time?
Literally everyone.
But not Miss Katie.
Christy read them before realizing what fire she was setting?
She probably didn't expect for this fire to come out of Miss Katie, though, after they talked for so long.
No. She had no idea about the chromosome deletion. At least she pretended to, because they were like, it was in January when Fancy put it out.
See, somebody else put it out before Miss Katie, and you're not supposed to do that. Miss Katie is supposed to have the exclusives.
And they were like shitting their pants.
Really? Quit cussing. Use your right words. Don't use your no words.
Okay.
And that's where they came up with the lie that Dee Dee used it as a roadmap.
She used it as her own roadmap because of the medical records that were released. You catching up yet?
I was there when they came up with that lie. So when I saw it in the book, I was like, fuck you, Gypsy. You know that's a lie.
Really? You knew it was a lie and you didn't call them out right then? Right then, you didn't call them out? Something fishy now.
Yeah, I don't know. Her book is mainly about, like, to me,
I didn't understand. I thought the book was good.
Quit talking over each other. I can't say anything to you if you're going to talk over each other constantly. Hush it up. Hush it.
Going to be like different than everything else, but it was just the same.
Yeah, it was about popping pills, her sexual acts.
See, she even sits there and she's the one that bleeps them out kind of in her own little way. Miss Katie don't.
A couple of her cellmates and getting arrested. That's pretty much what it entailed from what I had heard, and I believe we got to chapter 18.
Ooh, this woman knows what chapter it's in. Wonder if she knows what page it's on too.
And what I don't understand is, like, if she can't profit off her crime, the crime shouldn't be in the book.
Yeah, that's the way Miss Katie thinks about it. Yeah, don't put it in the book because you're going to make a penny off of it. It's not like Miss Katie's making any money off of it. No, Miss Katie wouldn't do that. She's too good of a person for that.
That's true.
And I think it's really weird
That you quit using the word weird. Weird. Quit. You're an adult.
that you write a book and you don't actually take any responsibility for actually brain her.
Can you not bleep that out? Because you're going to get over on YouTube and you're going to say the actual word and then you're going to get yourself in trouble. So quit saying the word because I have to bleep it out. Ah.
And she put in a new text that she claims was between her and Victor, and it was Victor's idea to do it all.
She always bring these people in that I ain't got no clue about, and I ain't going to lie to you.
Like, she's really trying to make it seem like this was Nick's idea, even though that's not true.
Yep, you know that for a fact, right? You were there. You were there. You know it for an absolute fact.
Right, and the facts are out there.
See, the facts are out there.
I think she's hoping to bank on people that don't pay attention, that don't look, and that don't do their research, because there's a lot of people that have relied heavily on just watching the act.
You know what? They rely heavily on Miss Katie, too, to bring them the information that they want to know. That's what they're doing as well.
And they believe that as fact instead of fiction or a dramatized theory.
Yep. Does Miss Katie ever say this is just for entertainment purposes only? We got a winter storm down here that's about to happen, and they just closed the school down for the day tomorrow. So we're going to see how well this works, and that's why I ain't outside all day, okay?
Well, I really hope with Lifetime and them trying to portray her as bully and people wanting to find out why.
Lifetime and them are going to portray her in the way that is going to be most financially successful for them, because that's what networks do, in my opinion, and my opinion alone.
People dislike her and why they're her, quote unquote, allegedly harassing her, etc. That people are going.
So yeah, harassing her, quote unquote harassing her. Didn't I already do a video on her getting in trouble for harassment? Miss Katie Joy did. I already did that video.
Going to be interested in what these creators are saying and why they think that, and they will do their own deep dive and see the truth.
I'm not doing my deep dive. All I'm doing is mouthing Miss Katie because she thinks she knows everything and she should be the queen of all.
This is, will you please do the deed? Yes, my submissive. I will do the deed, but it will have to be done my way.
So I guess she's reading from a book because she's not stuttering.
I will have
Don't say that word. I blocked it out. It's the R word.
to your mother. Like that, there's zero text message that actually exists like this.
Right.
That's just like made up.
See, this woman is a yes'm. That's what she is, a yes'm. You right, Miss Katie. You know it all, Miss Katie.
Yeah.
That's like that old text message that was spreading around, pretending like it was recent.
She put this in her book like it happened, but this is
No,
not.
I know.
See, it's in a book. They gonna go right back to the book now. I wonder if she knows what chapter it is and what page it is. Wouldn't put it past her.
I'm just saying it's like using something that's old as if that's how it really happened and it didn't.
Or that's the way that she viewed things, because she did put a disclaimer in there, Not everybody has to play it and have to tell the truth, though. Sometimes they think it'll be better to add stuff in there that's drama, and so that other people will want to read all the dirt. Because nice things don't always sell. And I'm too nice on my daggum channel is what I'm told. But I still gonna call her a heifer because I like wearing cow stuff. Yeah.
I asked Gypsy to respond about this, which actually has her diagnosed with 2 types of dysphagia, but she didn't. Oh.
Ooh, Miss Katie asked a question. You better respond to her. She gonna start trash talking you if not.
Thank you. Whatever. That is cool.
That's pretty.
Yeah, that was cool.
Guessing she got something on TikTok. Because remember, she asked for it. So she wants to make money on TikTok. No.
Thank you for that. I don't know who sent that.
I think it was Michelob 85.
Michelle.
Yeah, go ahead. Call him out. Call him out because that's who gave you some bling bling.
Michelle. Thank you.
Michelle.
I don't know. It's a future encounter, it says.
So this was in close to the beginning of her not knowing how to do TikTok.
Yeah, I was like, there was things in this book that I was like, did you see the part about her?
About her what? About her, what did you just say? I hope you're correcting yourself because I don't know what you just said.
Oh, where is it? It's about her, like, remember how she said her mom was always like drugging her and putting things unknown in her, was my mom drugging me? And she said,
so Miss Katie remembers this, but she got to find out exactly where it's at, just like she remembered page 44.
But Dr. Phil, that has occurred to me. But
this woman's gonna learn on her own all about Miss Katie. There ain't nothing we can tell her that she's not gonna know for herself.
then she talks about crushing up the pills and putting them in her.
Quit talking about those. Leave them alone. Sorry, I had to use my grabber to grab something. All right, let's continue.
Feeding tube?
What? Oh.
Hey, Katie, I'm going to drop down real quick before I do.
Oh, she calls her Katie. She calls her Katie. She knows the Katie Joy. She calls her Katie. That's what you get, Miss Katie.
There's a couple of people requesting for whatever you're posting for images. If you can make your screen bigger so they can see it because they can't see what's going on.
Yeah, she's only going to show what she wants to show, so don't you dare start that. Don't you dare.
Or it's not going to work because it's not the right dimension. It is what it is.
There's your answer.
So see, there's absolutely no proof that she can show you right now, so you need to take her word for it.
To you guys. But I hope you all have a good night, and thank you so much for bringing me up to speak with you tonight.
Uh-oh, she's losing her partner that she can bounce off of.
I'm gonna actually drop down too because I have bleach in my hair.
Oh, okay.
I need to rinse it.
Okay.
I didn't know there was two people. Did y'all know there was two people? I didn't know there was two people. Man, oh, good. Where have I been this entire time? What have I been doing? Oh yeah, painting my nails and the nail polish didn't stick. I wasted my time.
Bye, thank you.
for having me up. Bye.
I don't know who these people are.
So let's see if how she acts. Is she going to be the same? Yeah, and then know exactly what she's going to say, or are we going to go to
I'm scared. I don't bring up people I don't normally know.
of what?
I don't bring up people I don't normally know.
That's what you're supposed to do on live stream because you don't want to get yourself in.
Oh. Hello? Oh, that was an accident. Okay.
Yep. All right. She's making accidents with people being pulled up, I guess. I don't know. This woman, I don't think at this time she really knew how to work TikTok.
Okay. Sorry, my images are...
See, now listen how she's talking. Y'all got it?
Because of the way the box is shaped and the way that I took the screenshot. You won't be able to read it. Even if I made it bigger.
Uh-oh, she's yawning. You about to lose her. She's yawning.
And then if I made it bigger, you guys wouldn't be able to see it. The chat. TikTok doesn't work the way that YouTube does.
Yeah, it don't take long to figure that one out, now does it?
That's my one gripe.
You're only one gripe? You just got one gripe? Just one gripe.
And they don't have a live studio for Apple users. It's only for Windows users.
So it means you got to do it on your computer? I don't know. I don't know about none of this, but she doesn't usually carry her computer around. She carries her phone around. I don't know. Maybe she's got a laptop she's doing it off from. I don't know. I'm doing mine from the laptop.
Oh, you were tapping when you hit the request button. No problem.
See, you just didn't accept them up. So, thank you for being nice to your chat for maybe once.
And then there was one. I know, I'm all by myself.
Oh, poor baby. See, she ain't got nobody to play off of.
It's okay.
No, it's not. Because you're going to give up.
Yeah, this whole day has just been weird.
Weird is the word of the day. Weird.
I don't mind that question, Melly, but I'm not going to answer it because it's not relevant to this video.
See, we're back into the comment section. Are y'all taking note of this? We're back into the audience, and she's like, nope, don't like that one. Ain't going to answer it. Don't have to answer it.
I posted a video on YouTube.
Which means y'all go over to my YouTube channel. Y'all check out my YouTube. Y'all need to subscribe over there because I need TikTok followers to go over there because my normal audience don't watch it.
When I was friends with them, did I see them doing any positive things? Nothing positive ever came from my friendship with them, honestly.
Oh, so your content, knowing absolutely everything about them and being able to bounce from channel to channel and talk all your smack? No, you didn't benefit at all from them.
No, we're not going to talk about sister wives. That's not what this video is about.
Yeah. We don't talk about sister wives over here. You gotta go to YouTube for sister wives because sister wives don't care about my audience for sister wives don't care nothing about Miss Gypsy Rose. So she had to be on 2 different platforms to post about it because one isn't accepting it.
I don't do that because my audiences don't cross over.
See? Told you so, told you so, told you so. She is in a bind because she's addicted to Gypsy Rose. There's nothing she can do about it on YouTube.
They just don't. I've never had crossover between Gypsy and sister wives. Very rarely.
Then why do you keep posting videos about it, huh? Why you do it? Because you hope that you can convert them over, don't you?
If you go to YouTube, Melly, I have a video on sister wives today. I also have a longer form video of Gypsy on my YouTube channel.
In other words, go to my YouTube channel and go subscribe because I want to talk about Gypsy more over there and I need you to give me the watches.
Which, for whatever reason, Gypsy content is hit or miss on my channel.
No, pretty much they don't want to watch Gypsy if you look at your numbers. You get a lot more views off of Sister Wives.
Like, sometimes I can get a video that does really well, and other times it's like not very well.
Look at your analytics, Miss Thing. Look at them.
My Gypsy videos tend to be like, they get seen, the views go up slower. My Sister Wives videos always blow up.
So that's why you keep Sister Wives over there on YouTube and you keep Gypsy over here. And we're back to the just silence.
But yeah, it's getting late, so...
See, she couldn't carry that by herself. She was doing better when somebody else was on panel and she could bounce things off of them. She can't carry a live by herself, my opinion and my opinion alone.
I hope you guys have a good night.
You could say bye right now. Don't pause, don't nothing. Say bye.
Well, yes, there's so many people that talk about her, but most people know about me. And my YouTube channel is quite large.
Yeah, let me brag a little bit. I need to brag about my 400,000. I keep asking for more. I'm almost there at 400,000. Ain't she special? She just special.
If you haven't seen it.
Which means go check out my channel.
So check out my YouTube channel.
Told ya.
The link is in my description of this page without a crystal ball. If you're not following me on YouTube, make sure that you do because...
See? Y'all need to go over to YouTube and you need to subscribe for me because I need them subscribers right now.
TikTok's getting banned. And I know there's a bunch of you that don't even know that I'm a YouTuber, but...
Yeah, people don't even know that much about you and you don't ever say, I'm just a YouTuber that is coming over to TikTok to run my mouth. You don't say that. People just have to figure that out on their own or you tell them.
My primary source of
income, making money, is on YouTube.
Income and relevancy is on YouTube.
See, she just admitted she's not relevant on TikTok. How bad is that chap in her bottom?
You'll find my channel. It's verified. It has 394,000 subscribers.
Flexing on my audience. I'm flexing. And there ain't jack you can do about it.
Oh God, Jen. Oh God.
What you praying for?
I don't ever want to hear those names in the same sentence ever again.
What are those names? You just left it blank.
I found her book to be fictional. But yeah.
What did I tell you about not being able to bounce off of somebody else? She goes to the, what's my next word? What's my next sentence? What am I going to be able to say? Somebody help me here. That's what she does.
Was on YouTube. Yeah, so check out my YouTube channel. Today's video is actually in my, I don't know if it's like my profile. I don't know how to.
Just go see her YouTube channel is what she's saying. She ain't got to do anything more. It's just saying go check her YouTube.
TikTok is, but you know how your TikTok can have links? The link for today's video is the link that is posted on the main page of my TikTok.
Did you forget what you're going to say? Huh? Did you forget it? That's what happens.
TikTok.
Oh, it's on the TikTok. Okay. Her link's on TikTok.
So if you click that link, it'll take you to my today's video on Gypsy where you can watch my take on the book.
Yeah, which don't get that many views. Okay.
I hope that helps. You watch both. Okay. So do that, and thank you so much for being here today.
Don't you act all sweet with the way you've been talking. Oh, no, ma'am, don't you dare.
I know, she got so much wrong in the book. All right, you guys, good night.
All right, so let me break this down for you. I don't even know how long I've been doing this. I don't know. The weather outside is crappy, so I don't know by the end of this how long it's going to be, because I had to take me quite a few breaks, because there ain't no way I can listen to this woman all at once. But if y'all want to listen to me more, then y'all can just put this on in the background, and y'all can just listen to me and my mouth running. Some people like it, some people don't. There ain't much I can do about that if you don't like it, now can I? You've already clicked off by now, so you ain't got to worry about nothing. Some people have to take her in small dosage. And that's fine by me, because that's what I had to do. I ain't going to lie to you. All right, but I want to go ahead and give my outro, because do you know how long this is going to take me to edit? Oh, you probably won't see this for about 3 or 4 days. And I'm being honest with you, because I ain't got time to sit down and edit all of that, because I think it's more than 2 hours long. I think it is. Woo! Fun times. I hope y'all enjoyed it, though. I really do. I hope y'all enjoyed hearing my take on it. And I hope you enjoyed, just listening to me rattle on and just wasting your time, pretty much. That's what I was doing, was just wasting your time. So if y'all made it to the end, you get some claps for it, because not everybody can make it to the end when it's this long. But I hope y'all have a good day, night, weekend, holiday, year, whenever you might be watching this. And for the people that don't know, guess what? Yes, I have horses. Yes, a lot of my time is concentrated on them. And my kids, and my husband, and not this stuff. But, alright, I want y'all to smile today. Or make someone else smile, because it really can make a difference. Don't be a mean heifer. Don't do that. I dress up as a heifer sometimes because I like cow print. I've told y'all that millions of times. But anyways, y'all make sure you have a good one for me, and y'all just continue your day, night, evening, because I don't know how long this is going to take. It is going to take a while, though. So y'all have a good one. Bye!